Welcome, this is Nick Marine presenting the Suggested Guide for Japanese Literacy, a self-study course on Memorize designed to take you from Japanese level from basic beginners all the way to intermediate and advanced. Okay, with that out of the way, it is February 24th. If you don't know, this is a live stream, my self-study, but currently for the next few days, from the last few days, the next few days, I'll be doing an actual video dedicated to covering the Take Him's Guide to Japanese. Let me check the audio. Next few days, audio is working. Looks like we got 0 people watching. Hi, 0 people. Not now. Alright, so let me think. Alright, so yesterday what I did, let's go to Learn Japanese real quick. Alright, so yesterday what happened is I went on to the Discord discussion. I was talking about the spreadsheet I've posted on the Learn Japanese website, or Learn Japanese subreddit a couple of times, called the Tanuki, which is some list from back 7 or 8 years ago, 6 or 7 years ago, sorry, that was posted on the Kohi forums. That it seemed to be it was very verbose, like 7,200 vocabulary lists, and it looked like there were Ruby on Rail. There was Ruby annotation, so it looked like it was designed for some type of learning program for Japanese students, like not students studying Japanese, but just again, children that were Japanese, and learning that, again, to help with their language learning, or reading abilities and whatnot. Because the entire thing was in Japanese, using kind of like simplistic definitions. It sounds like it was meant for children. So anyway, got that and made it into a spreadsheet format, made it readable. The full, actually unedited file is still available, around places. I've got a copy of it myself for people who are interested in programming their own little type of vocabulary thing, but I haven't seen one actually do that yet. So anyway, what I did, I took that spreadsheet, went into, I think it was right here, and I made it into a memorized course. Just typed in, didn't do any extra work on it, just kind of did a basic sorting on that, make it to where it was like essentially you're tested from going definition and example sentence. In the answer, you have to type in the answer, what is the word in that example sentence that the definition is asking you to find. Kept it as simple as that. I don't have any audio. I'm not even going to bother with audio. However, I do know if people are interested, what they can do is ask, hey, I want to volunteer to be a contributor to that course. And then what I can do is I will generate audio files for the vocabulary and also for the example sentences, for the definition / example sentence, and give that to them, and then they can upload it at their pleasure. And I probably recommend like keeping it in male or female if they want to do that as well. I can make that available. So the idea then is, then when they go through it, then they'll hear the definition and sentence. They have to type in the answer. Then when the answer pops up, it'll actually say the answer as well. So you got a lot more. And it's probably more fun with audio. Right now, there's no audio. It's functional. That's the biggest thing. And it did, for some reason, I loaded all 7,000 vocabulary and sentences. But when I did the auto generation of the levels, it only generated 162 levels. So what I might do is say, hey, that's part 1, then generate a part 2, and again, that way it's in 2 courses of 3,500 words each, and we'll do it like that. That's if it becomes popular. Right now, I doubt anyone's going to really give a crap other than a few people, because again, it's a very difficult course because it's all in Japanese. Yeah, and it's typing, and people hate that anyway. But anyway, that's there. Also, what I did is this just recently, and it looks like it was deleted. Huh. Alright, let me do a refresh. Yeah, and I just posted this. I just posted a link to the Pro Tip Stop Self-Assessing. This is basically linking to the Japanese Computerized Adaptive Test, which is, the thing you take for free every 6 months. You can actually take it more often than that, if you want to just create a fake email to register or whatnot, no problem. Let's see what the statement is. Not quite sure what this is about. Let's see. Hopefully it's Japanese related. Yeah, quadrille lined paper, yeah. This is somebody saying about there's a book, a writing practice book for the kanji learners course. I think you don't need to buy books to practice writing kanji, alright? That you're buying blank paper, alright? You don't need to pay extra for blank paper, alright? Just because it happens to have a few lines. You can make that yourself, or you can buy gridded paper almost everywhere, so there's nothing fancy there. I think that's people just trying to overthink it. But yeah, if you want to impart your money to some other people, go for it. Whatnot. Let's see. I think that's everything for right now. Let's see. Learn Japanese. That's the newest. Okay, cool. And I did post on here the link to the thread, or what I'm doing right now. And let's bring Mumble. They were kind enough to stick it. I guess I was posting the wrong time zones. Like right now, California should be 7 hours ahead of me. I was writing, and East Coast should be 8 hours ahead of me. Or I'm sorry, 7 hours and 10 hours. And East Coast. Make sure I'm getting this right. California should be 7 hours ahead of me, and then the East Coast of the U.S. should be 10 hours ahead of me of my time. So whatever is, so it should be like 8 p.m. So I was doing it like, so it should be, what is it, 6 and 9 p.m. Let me see what the time is. Should be 17, so 5 and 8 p.m. Yeah, 5 p.m. and 8 p.m. of what times are now. Okay. Alright, that's all done. I don't think there's anything much to do. I'll just go. Okay, so it looks like with that said, and most I have to worry about now is just going into. So yeah, I'm going to catch up on do the Taychems lessons for today. Go for about 2 hours as before, and then get in through these reviews. And again, it looks like I've got see 90, 130, 260, 300 things to review, which is not a problem. I might get through them, I might not. And the benefit is by doing this slowly, like spreading this out, then again your reviews spread out as well, and it just makes things a little easier to handle. But don't give up on reviews. Just keep aiming at reviews. Once you're caught up on reviews, that's when you want to learn new stuff. Simple as that. I still got the 2 lessons in a dictionary backstep and the grammar I need to cover. I haven't yet, but I need to. And I'm going to do that as soon as I catch up on the reviews. That's all there is to it. That's how you should be doing reviews. Or that's how you should be studying. Catch up on reviews, then learn new stuff. Okay. And don't do what I do, which is start a YouTube stream for purposes of self-study, then get caught up in all the stuff that has slowed me down before, which is creating a bunch of educational material. That could be a time drain. The thing I did with that list there, that wasn't too bad. That didn't take me too much time. I already had the spreadsheets and I had the idea of what to do with it. Alright, with that said, let's begin. This is the Learn Japanese website for Taychem. Let's get started. Alright, so if you are watching, feel free to ask me any questions. If this is later on, feel free to ask questions down in the comments of the video. We'll try to get back to it. Either I or somebody else can answer you. Anyway, that's one of the ideas behind this. Yeah. You also be on the subreddit. You also go to the Kohi forums, which is yeah, right there. Alright, with that said, let's begin. Time is now, we got there. It's going to be TK11. Alright, so this should be the last lesson for Taychem's basics. And we're going to be rolling into essential. Alright, and then do 10 lessons there on around 10 lessons on the essential. Then I'm done with doing the videos, the lesson videos from now on. I'll be moving back into just only doing self-study / learning. What I might do as I get into vocabulary, depending on how I feel, I might again go and create now and again, maybe do the equivalent of 5 lessons for the vocabulary. And if I can get a gauge on the time it takes, the time investment to do that, I might continue on, let's say 200, 300. Kind of like essentially slowly build up that video series. Then what I can do is I have a video series from starting with the hiragana, katakana, kanji, grammar, grammar, vocabulary, more kanji, more grammar, more vocabulary. I'll have videos for everything. So what I could do is then, okay, by the time I'm done with course number 12, I've recorded myself studying all those lessons, and then print that forward, and that could be up to, I'm pretty sure if I do the math, it'll be like, a couple hundred hours worth of video right there. Let's see, 40, 80, 60, yeah, 200, couple hundred hours of video. And then that's something that you can then advertise to groups of people. Say, hey, here's a link of videos to 200 hours worth of Japanese education. Boom, done. And and people probably link on that and watch it just because of how it's advertised. Now, and the quality won't be that much, but okay, I'm blabbering too much, probably because I had too much coffee. But let's go. It is the 24th. Time is 10 minutes, 20 seconds. Let's begin. And welcome. This is Nick Marine presenting the Suggested Guide for Japanese Literacy, a course series on Memorize designed to take you from the beginnings in Japanese levels up to intermediate and advanced. Currently, we are on course number 4, which is Tae Kim's Guide to Japanese Grammar, Part 1. Part 1 of this course, Part 1, covers the lessons in his basic section of his website, Learn Japanese website under the Grammar Guide. Alright, so let's go there. So we go to the Grammar Guide. Here's the basic grammar lessons. Now we are on the last lesson of this section of this course particularly, which in this case is adverbs and sentence ending particles. So let's click on there. Alright. Now, if you've been following along with this video and consider it, if you think this video has been good for you, consider giving it a thumbs up. Also, if you haven't already, consider subscribing to this channel. I create content daily, although most of it's on for self-study streams. Finally, if you find this has been useful and you know other people will find it of use, consider sharing it on social media, either Facebook, Twitter, Reddit, Tumblr, wherever, and either the site itself, or the channel itself, or the particular playlist, or even the individual videos, if you think that's relevant to a person who's interested in learning Japanese through self-study fashions. Okay, that's said. Adverbs and sentence ending particles. Alright, also we'll go here, so we go to course number 4. Okay. Adverbs and sentence ending particles, and that's going to be vocabulary right here. Okay, well, let's go back for right now. Alright, so let me read the introduction. Well, there is no introduction here. He's going straight into vocabulary, so I think what we'll do then is just start on vocabulary. Okay. Basic vocabulary. There are 17 words here. That shouldn't take too long. Let us begin. Preview. Hayai is the first one.
Hayai.
Hayai. This is fast and early. There's another hayai just meant only for speed, but this is like early in the morning, using the kanji for early. Okay, so hayai, fast, quick, hasty, early in the day. All right, hayai.
Hayai.
Hayai. Let's write it. Let's go here. Okay, can agree with that. Hayai. All right, let's do the sunflower. So that's just the sun. There's a little needle poking up in the ass. They get up early, and then the E. Hayai. And again, this is an E. This is an E adjective, so hayai, hayakata, hayakanai, hayakanakata. Something like that. All right.
Jibun.
Jibun. All right, this is not a... Now, this means oneself. Jibun.
Jibun.
Jibun, oneself. It uses a kanji for oneself, or what we also refer to as nose as a primitive, and part, as in parts of something, part. Oneself, part, jibun. Oneself is part of the whole.
Jibun.
Jibun. Other meanings, myself, yourself, oneself. It could be a reference to jibun like by himself, by herself, by whatnot, jibun. So it's not just in reference to oneself, but just the individual themselves. This is going to be a very complicated. This could be a lesson in and of itself. In fact, if you go to a dictionary of basic Japanese grammar, they do have entries on jibun. It's a lengthy entry with a lot of examples and exceptions and whatnot on how to use this.
Jibun.
All right, but we'll just cover the word itself. So you see that oneself, jibun, jibun. So do the ji for do the actual oneself, ji, and then bun, 8 parts, pieces of 8 or something if you want to. 8 quarters. Okay.
Jibun.
Jibun.
Takusan.
Takusan. This is a lot as an amount, taksan,
たくさん
which uses the kanji swamp and mountain, which right now you do see it written in kanji form, but we're not going to worry about that. We're keeping it hiragana.
たくさん
Other meanings of it is many, a lot, much, and there you can see the kanji for it, swamp and mountain.
たくさん
All right, let's just draw it real quick. So ku, san, taksan. So hayai jibun taksan.
たくさん
Next word.
最近
Saikin. Recent, lately.
最近
Saikin uses the kanji upmost and near.
最近
Saikin, and it means, latest, most recent nowadays. So saikin.
最近
Alrighty, and it's just a regular noun. So it's sai and keen. Alright, so let's draw that out. Sai, upmost. There's the sun. You must take when the sun's at the utmost is when you're going to get a sunburn from your ear to your crotch. Sai keen. And then you want nearby or draw near. So there's the axe. As the axe killer draws near, sai keen. Sai keen.
最近
Sai keen.
全然
Zen zen. There it is. Not at all when used with a negative.
全然
Zen zen uses the kanjis whole, zen, and sort of thing. Zen. The flesh of the dog is not the sort of thing you want to eat on a roast over campfire. Zen zen.
全然
But again, it means not all when used with a negative. Alright, so there we go. Now, negative verb. Whole, entirely, completely. If it's not a negative verb at the end. Okay. But usually it means not at all.
全然
Let's write it. Alright, so zen. Do the whole. Zen, zen. Probably wrote that. Actually, it's that one, right? Okay. Zen. Then we're going to do the flesh of the chihuahua. Roasted over, burnt over. Is not the sort of thing you want to eat. Sort of thing. Zen, zen.
全然
Next kanji.
声
Koe. Voice.
声
Koe. Uses the kanji for voice.
声
Koe. And here we go. Yeah, pretty much simple voice. Now, you don't know how to write this kanji, but it's a samurai over flag, but the flag has a little dividing line in the middle. So I'll show you that real quick. So draw the samurai first, which is up above the flag. If you want to do a story, there's one for it. And then you want to do the flag, but now do the center stroke, then finish the flag. Koe. Koe.
声
And that could be the samurai yelling a loud voice as he runs down with the little one on his flag. Since he's in the lead position, he's screaming with a loud voice.
声
Koe.
結構
Kekko. Now this is ketsu. Ketsu and ko. But anyway, kekko.
結構
Fairly or reasonably.
結構
Kekko. Kekko uses the kanjis for tie and posture.
結構
Kekko. It means, again, splendid, nice, wonderful, delicious, sweet. It could be in a sense I'm fine. Like you can hear people say kekko desu, which means, hey, I'm fine, I'm good. Kekko. Alright, let's write it. Now you might know Thai, but posture you wouldn't know this kanji yet. But you'll kind of see how it looks like celery, like in freezing. And also under there is the, what we find is, again, we'll show you that. Alright, so anyway, kekko. Alright, so first thing is one do tie. So there's a Spider-Man tying the knot with the little tin cans or okay, next one do is posture. So think about the posture of a tree. What they did is they tied celery around it. So right there. So let's do celery. Alright, and then what we can do is what's called a belt, which is kind of like you're going to do sorry. Let's see. I'm doing this wrong. Yeah, I thought so. It is two things. Let's see. Make sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, okay, that's right. Okay. Just make sure the organ is like one. The part that goes right here is right here. Draw it right there, then just do the through. That's what you want to do as the bottom part. So it's celery, and then this thing, which is called the jeweled belt. So tree, celery, jewel belt. And this kekko. This is for recognition only.
結構
Kekko.
大きい
Oki. All right, you've learned this kanji for big. Oki, big. It's an I adjective.
大きい
Oki uses the kanji for large.
大きい
Oki, oki can mean big, large, great. Could also describe volume. Okina or oki. All right, so let's do that. Oki. It's pretty simple. So do big. Oki. Oki. It's an I adjective. So okikanai, okikatta, okikunakatta. Oki.
大きい
Next up.
町
Alright, so there's a different kanji for machi. Now this is town. This is normal kanji for town. Machi.
町
Machi. Uses the kanji for, now here it says village. I taught you as this meaning kanji for town. If you use my course, you might also see it referred to as village.
町
Machi. And again, it means town, a block, city block, a neighborhood, an area of a town, street or a road sometimes as well. Alright, machi. Alright, so this is the town. So there's like the rice fields on the outskirts of town, and then you got the little nail with the sign to show where the town starts, and then the fields on the outside. Okay, machi.
町
Machi.
変わる
Kawaru. Now, kawaru,
変わる
to change. It's a U verb.
変わる
Kawaru. This kawaru uses the kanji for unusual. I just want to show you something real quick. If you look at kawaru, you're noticing about 5 different verbs being used here, or 5 different kanji being used here, and they kind of have the same. There's a slight subtle differences in what they're used for. So based on the context of the word, it changes. In this case, though, the verb is about to change something. Kawaru. To change, to be transformed. All right, this is a intransitive verb, so it's not actually change something. That would be kaeru. This is you get changed, or it gets changed. All right, it's a passive verb. Kawaru.
変わる
Kawaru. Kawaru. And it's a U verb, so kawaranai. Kawaru. Alright, so let's do strange. So there's the apple. And it's maybe it's like a big apple, guy walking down with walking stilts on a head. Ka. And we gotta do wa. Ru. Kawaru. Alright, so do verb, so kawarunai, kawaranai, kawaranakatta, kawatta. Change. Changed. Changed. To change, to be, it's more like not to change, it's to be changed, or to be changed, or something like that. So it's again intransitive verb.
中
Naka, inside.
中
Naka uses the kanji for in.
中
Naka could also mean within, while, among. But in this case, we're just going to keep it as within or inside. Naka. Alright, one of the early kanjis you've learned. So there's the mouth, there's a little stick going through it, the inside of it. Naka.
中
Naka. Next up.
天気
Tenki is weather normally.
天気
Tenki uses the kanji heaven and spirit. Now we already heard ginki and what's the other one? Denki. So now we have tenki. So this kanji kind of does a few things. But tenki, weather. Could also mean the elements. Usually it could be fair weather, but yeah, tenki.
天気
Let's write it out. So there's the 10. 10 for the heavens. 10. Then we want to do ki. 10 ki. There's on the cliff, laying down is at the bottom of the cliff, being blown in the wind, is the X-Man, Wolverine.
天気
Tenki.
そう
So, things are that way.
そう
So, there's no kanji for, well, there is a kanji for that, but normally it's in hiragana only.
そう
So, can also means really, seeming, having the appearance of. So, but things are that way. So. Or it's like you usually use it in agreement with someone. So. そう思います。
そう
So, next.
時間
Jikan. Ichiji. So, jikan means time.
時間
It uses the kanji, time and interval.
時間
Jikan, it can also mean hours, in reference to number of hours of something, or how many hours have passed. Jikan, time. So if you say like ichijikan, 1 hour, sanjikan, 3 hours, jujikan, 10 hours. Whereas juji, which is that one, would it just be 10 o'clock at the time. Kan just means that now it becomes a counter. Ji. Jikan. So let's do Ji right here. There's the or time itself. And then we want a kan for aida. Kan for interval. Kan. Jikan. Jikan. Jikan.
大丈夫
Daijobu. Now again, these kanjis are not related to the meaning of the word. They're okay.
大丈夫
Daijobu just briefly means okay, fine.
大丈夫
Daijobu uses three kanji. It uses kanji for large, dai, length, jo, and husband, bu. Daijobu.
大丈夫
Alright, so it can mean safe, alright, okay, fine. Daijobu. Daijobu. Alright, let's write it out. And I think, I don't know if you've learned the kanji for length yet. But you should already know the kanjis for big and husband. Alright, so let's do big, dai. Let's do jo, which is kind of like outstretched arm. So there's history. Think about someone explaining history. It starts off the length of history. So this is length. And then bu, husband. Versus two people. And the husband is like referred to, when you're referring to a couple as two people. Two people, husband and wife. But anyway, this is husband. Daijobu, daijobu.
大丈夫
Next up,
雨
ame.
雨
Ame means rain.
雨
Ame uses the kanji for rain.
雨
Ame, and again, just very simple, rain. Okay, so let's just draw that ame. I'll do it up here. So ame. There's the one. There's the belt. It's almost like a towel. Maybe it's oh, sorry, do that right. Almost like you're doing towel right there, right? Yeah. Okay. So anyway, ame. Ame. Although towel will probably be a little bit longer.
降る
Huru.
降る
Huru means to precipitate, like to rain. And it's a U verb.
降る
Furu uses the kanji for descend. Descend. Furu.
降る
Some other meanings are here. To descend, to go down, to come down. But in this case, though, we're going to use it like for precipitation. So that's the second one. So yeah, so if it's you see the first one, it's pronounced kudaru. All right, we're not worried about that. That's to go down to descend. I apologize. So that's if you hear kudaru, whatnot, it's going to be written this way, but it's pronounced. It means to descend, to go down. If you hear it pronounced as furu, to precipitate, to fall, as in rainfall. Furu, furu. So it's going to have two pronunciations, but in this case, we're just worried about the furu, to fall.
降る
All right, so let's draw it. All right, so there's the. In this case, I think of Isengard, but it could also be the Eiffel Tower. And there is the. Maybe it's Gandalf walking down the Eiffel Tower, and there's the. You happen to be wearing a monocle or something. Fu, and then ru. Furu. So it's a U verb, not RU verb. So it's so furanai, furanakata, and then futa, futa. Furu, futa. Furu.
降る
Furu. Alright, that's it for the kanji. It took about 15 minutes. A little longer than I should have, but I was being a bit more detailed on this. That's fine. Next up. Okay, so that's it for the kanji. Let's go to levels. Right here. Alright. Okay, now we're going to start the lesson proper. Let me move this out of the way. And I might pause in the middle of it and close the windows because it's getting a little nippy in here, but that's fine for right now. Alright, so this is Learn Japanese. This is the Tae Kim's Guide to Learning Japanese. We're currently in the basic grammar section of his Japanese grammar guide, and this is the last lesson of that section called Adverbs and Sentence Ending Particles. Alright, so properties of adverbs. First section. So there's the vocabulary we kind of went through all the way up to, looks like naka. Alright. Unlike English, changing adjectives to adverbs is a very simple and straightforward process. In addition, since the system of particles makes sentence ordering flexible, adverbs can be placed anywhere in the clause that it applies to as long as it comes before the verb that it refers to. As usual, we have two separate rules, one for the I adjectives or E adjectives and one for the na adjectives. Okay, to change an adjective into a adverb, for E adjectives, substitute the E with a ku. So you got hayai, it becomes hayaku. So if you have furui for old, furuku. All right, very simple. For not adjectives, append a ni, the ni, just attach the target particle ni. So in other words, shizuka ni, kirei, pretty, kirei ni, goes toward being pretty. So then that can be attached to an adverb. Okay. So yeah, hayaku, kirei ni. All right. Now, and again, okay, we'll discuss that. So okay, so for example, Bobu wa, as for Bob, asagohan o, breakfast, hayaku tabeta. So you can say Bob ate breakfast, Bobu wa asagohan o tabeta. But now we want to say how quickly he did it. So in this case, his speed in which he did it. So hayaku tabeta. So Bobu wa asagohan o hayaku tabeta. Bob quickly ate breakfast. The adverb hayaku is a little different from the English word fast in that it can mean quickly in terms of speed or time. In other words, Bob may have eaten his breakfast early, or he may have quickly eaten it. Now, normally for hayaku, we might use for speed. We might use a different one because there is a specific kanji that's pronounced hayaku, or hayayu or hayaku, but we'll be getting into that. Let's see if we got any good example. Well, for right now, we'll use that as being quickly. In other types of sentences, such as hayaku hashita, it's quite obvious that it probably means quickly and not early. Of course, this also depends on the context. Alright, so for example, in this case, kirei ni. Arasu wa, as for Alice, jibun no heya, her own room. So, arasu no heya, jibun no heya, her own room. O, kirei ni, towards clean, shita. So, Alice did her own room toward clean, or cleaned her room or something like that. Yeah, so in this case, kirei ni shita, it's describing what type of action she did. This literal translation kind of gives you a sense of why target particle is used. There is some argument against calling this an adverb at all, but it is inconvenient for us to do so, meaning because of the grouping of I adjectives and the not adjectives. Think of it as an adverb. We can interpret the sentence to mean Alice did her room cleanly, or less literally, Alice cleaned her room. Kirei literally means pretty, but if it helps, you can think of it as Alice prettied up her own room. And what it could be is also it turns this not adjective into a kind of it turns a not adjective more into a let's say a pseudo verb in this case. You know, it's turned into a pseudo noun, or a noun that's a pseudo. Note, not all adverbs are derived from adjectives. Some verbs like zen and takusan are adverbs in themselves without any conjugations. These verbs can be used without particles, just like regular adverbs. So in this case, eiga o mita, saw movies. Now in this case, or eiga o takusan mita, saw a lot of movies. So in other words, takusan is describing the mita, like, or how many, or maybe it might even say it could be describing the number of movies, but in this case, saw it a lot. Saikin, recently, zen, not at all, tabenai, didn't eat at all. Now, zen can also mean wholly, completely, but normally you use it with a negative verb, in this case, tabenai, so say didn't eat at all. Saikin, zen, tabenai, lately didn't eat at all. Some more example sentences. Here are some more examples using adverbs. So in other words, Babu no koe wa, so Bob's voice, kekko, fairly, oki. Babu no koe wa, kekko oki. Bob's voice is fairly large. Kono machi wa, this town. As for this town, saikin, recently, okiku, greatly, kawatta, changed. Kawaru, kawatta. Kono machi wa, saikin, okiku kawatta. This town has changed greatly lately. Recently this town has greatly changed, or you can also say greatly changed. Toshokan no nakade, so inside the library, nakade wa, so in this case, as for being inside the library, shizuka ni, quietly, suru, do. Within the library, we do things quietly. Toshokan no nakade wa, shizuka ni suru. So again, this is like de and wa. So again, remember that makes the location the subject of the sentence, or yeah, about what you're talking about. All right, since that's it, let's cover those sentences. Okay, let's switch that over. All right, so this is lesson 11. Again, the last lesson, basic sentences. Okay, Bob quickly. Looks like you got 12 sentences to cover. Let's preview.
ボブは朝ごはんを早く食べた。
So Bob quickly ate breakfast. So Bob wa asagohan breakfast quickly and then ate. Okay, that's how you can rearrange it. But anyway, Bob wa asagohan o hayaku tabeta.
ボブは朝ごはんを早く食べた。
Bob wa asagohan o hayaku tabeta. Okay, let's write it out. Let's shrink that down a little bit, and we can do that. Okay. Okay, switch that up. Okay. Sorry, trying to arrange my workspace to make it work. Okay, so bobo wa asa gohan. Oh, sorry, asa gohan o hayaku tabeta. Okay, bobo wa asa gohan o hayaku tabeta.
ボブは朝ごはんを早く食べた。
Okay.
アリスは自分の部屋をきれいにした。
So, Alice wa jibun no heya o kirei ni shita. And again, jibun, there's going to be a lot of... Jibun is not a very... It's, you got to be... I think there's going to be... You'll find out that there's more to it than just saying it's just myself or herself. But for right now, just think of like her own room, like herself. Herself or her or his. If you need to for that. Like jibun no her, jibun no his, jibun no my. Okay.
アリスは自分の部屋をきれいにした。
Alice wa jibun no heya o kirei ni shita.
アリスは自分の部屋をきれいにした。
Alice wa jibun no heya o kirei ni shita. Alright, let's write that out. Okay, so Alice wa... As for Alice, in heya o. Now, in this case, heya o, she could be any room, but they want to say her room. Now, you could say... You've already mentioned Alice, so you don't say Alice wa Alice no heya. So instead, you would use jibun no heya, if that makes sense. So in this case, we're using jibun as a pronoun. Jibun no her heya. Jibun no heya o kirei ni towards clean shita did. Okay. Alice wa jibun no heya o kirei ni shita. Next up. So again, it's a kirei is, even though it ends with an e, it's a na adjective. So kirei ni is an adverb.
映画をたくさん見た。
Eigo wo takusan mita.
映画をたくさん見た。
And again, see the adverb is right by the noun, right by the verb. So takusan mita. Eigo wo takusan mita. Eigo wo takusan mita. Eigo wo takusan mita.
最近全然食べない。
Saikin, recently. Zen, at all. Tabenai, didn't eat at all. Didn't eat. Don't eat at all. Saikin.
最近
最近全然食べない。
Saikin, zenzen tabenai. Okay, cool. Okay. Saikin. Zenzen tabenai. Saikin, zenzen tabenai.
ボブの声は結構大きい。
Bobo no koe wa kekkou ookii.
ボブの声は結構大きい。
Bobo no koe wa kekkou ookii. Okay. Bobo no koe wa kekkou. And so remember it goes kekkou ookii. Now sorry. Kekkou ookii. And then the des or da is implied. Yeah, so anyway. Bobo no koe wa kekkou ookii. Yes.
この町は最近大きく変わった。
So, この町は as for this town, 最近 recently, 大きく oki, okiku. Now it turns into an adverb. Kawatta. この町は最近大きく変わった。
この町は
この町は最近大きく変わった。
この町は最近大きく変わった。この町は最近大きく変わった。大きく変わった。この町は最近大きく変わった。
図書館の中では静かにする。
Alright, so again, this is turning it into the non-adjective into a adverb. 図書館の中では、図書館の library, 中では inside the library, and that's for being inside the library. 静かに towards quiet, する do towards quietly. 図書館の中では
図書館の中では静かにする。
静かにする。
図書館の中では静かにする。
図書館の中では静かにする。静かにする。する。図書館。no. 図書館の中では静かにする。Okay, 図書館の中では静かにする。Alright, next. That should be it for now.
いい天気だね。そうね。
Okay, we're going to pause that. Alright, so next up. Alright, now this again, this is about adverbs and sentence ending particles. Now we're going to do things that we put at the end of a sentence. We already knew about da. We kind of knew about no da. Let's keep going on from there. And also we know about verbs, ending it up with verbs as well. Sentence ending particles. So we already covered this. We won't go all the way up to furu, which is what we did. So sentence ending particles are particles that always come at the end of sentences to change the tone or feel of a sentence. So in this section, we will cover the two most commonly used sentence ending particles. First is the ne sentence ending. Alright, people usually add ne to the end of their sentence when they are looking for and expecting agreement to what they are saying. This is equivalent to saying, right, isn't it, in English. For example, Bob. いい天気だね. Good weather, ne? Huh? And then Alice would say, so ne? That's so, isn't it? So ne? いい天気だね. So ne? The literal translation of so ne sounds a bit odd, so it basically means something like sure is, so da ne, or something. Males usually add, oh yeah, right. Males usually would say so da ne. So masculine, feminine. So da ne. So da ne. いい天気だね. So da ne. いい天気ね. So da ne. いい天気だね. So ne. Something like that. Alright. Example 2. 面白い映画だったね. That was an interesting movie, huh? Oh, Probably disagree now. 全然面白くなかった. No, it wasn't interesting at all. So in this one, since Alice was expecting an agreement that the movie was interesting, Bob is surprised because he didn't find the movie interesting at all. Hence, is more of a sound of surprise. It's kind of like, what? Okay. But again, so 面白い映画だったね. 全然面白くなかった. Was not interesting at all. Okay. The yo ending. Now, yo is attached to the end of a sentence, meaning that the speaker is informing the listener of something new. Not asking for agreement, you're stating something. In English, you might say, such as the sentence, I'm actually a genius. No, he's not. Okay. No, I'm not. Okay, so for example, アリスは時間がないよ. I don't, there is no time. Basically, like, there is no time, or it's like, there is no time, And it's like, 大丈夫だよ. That's okay. It's okay, So, 時間がないよ. 大丈夫よ. Okay, example 2. Alice. 今日はいい天気だね. Good weather day, huh? でも明日雨が降るよ. Alright, so 今日は as for today. いい天気, good weather. だね, isn't it? It's good weather today, huh? Looking for agreement. And Bob agrees. And he say demo, but 明日, tomorrow, 雨が, rain. Rain is a thing. 降る, that falls. So it's going to rain tomorrow. And then yo, Alright, one last time. So 今日はいい天気だね. でも明日雨が降る. Okay, and then combining the yone. You can also combine the two particles. We just learned to create yone. Indicates a certain emphasis, contempt, or request. Okay, that essentially is used when you want to inform the listener of something new you're trying to make, and when you're seeking agreement on it at the same time. Dayone. When combining the two, the order must always be yone. You cannot reverse the order, so it's not neo, da neo. Okay. Okay, so here's an example. Bobu wa, as for Bob, sakanagas, fish, sukina, likes fish. Suki, now the sukina noda or sukinanda yone, don't you? You know, don't you? And so da ne, that's so, huh? Ne. Okay, so Bobo wa sakana ga sukinanda yone, sukinanda yone. So it says sukina no da yone, sukinanda yone. Okay. Bobo wa sakana ga sukinanda yone. So da ne. Okay. And with this, I don't think you're not expected to master it just from this very short little entry in the grammar explanation. The idea though is now as you start seeing it in Japanese, start kind of having a feel for when it appears and what the tone is as that's covering, and that becomes easier and easier to do as you start improving your Japanese level. But you have to be these little simple little phrases at the end do impact on how, especially for spoken Japanese, how everything is conveyed, how meanings and tones are conveyed. And it's really important, not just the literal information in the sentence, but now the context and feelings behind it are being given as well. And so that becomes important. All right, let's do the final sentences for this lesson, and I'll read over. If there's a final, I'll read over that. Okay, so let's keep going.
いい天気だね。そうね。
いい天気だね。いい天気だね。そうね. Good weather, huh? That's so, isn't it? So again, that's asking for agreement.
いい天気だね。
いい天気だね。
そうね。
そうね. All right, let's write it out. いい天気だね。そうね。そうね。そうだよね. Okay? そうね.
面白い映画だったね。え、全然面白くなかった。
All right, 面白い映画だったね。え、全然面白くなかった。面白くなかった。I don't normally hear that too often, but 面白くなかった。
面白い映画だったね。え、全然面白くなかった。
面白い映画だったね。え、全然面白くなかった。Wasn't interesting at all. All right, let's do that. 面白い映画だったね。え、全然面白くなかった。Oh, let's get. 面白くなかった。そう、面白い映画だったね。全然面白くなかった。Okay.
時間がないよ。大丈夫だよ。
And again, this is expressing new information. You're not asking for agreement. You're just saying, hey, guess what? There's no time. And this guy's saying, hey, guess what? There is time. It's okay. Okay. 時間がないよ. You know, there's no time. 大丈夫よ. It's okay, you know. だよ.
時間がないよ。
時間がないよ。
大丈夫だよ。
大丈夫だよ。大丈夫だよ. Actually, I do hear that often. Okay. 時間がないよ。時間がないよ。大丈夫だよ。Oh. Sorry. 大丈夫だよ. Okay. 時間がないよ。大丈夫だよ.
今日はいい天気だね。うん。でも、明日、雨が降るよ。
That's weird. でも明日雨が降るよ。
今日はいい天気だね。うん。 でも、明日、雨が降るよ。
明日雨が降るよ。明日雨が降るよ。OK。今日はいい天気だね。でも明日雨が降るよ。OK。だね。I agree. But tomorrow, however, tomorrow's gonna rain, you know. Don't you agree? You know? Huh. OK. 今日は By the way, this is why you don't write that out as konnichiwa, because if you see that as konnichiwa, you're trying to type it out with kanji, people are just going to read it as kyowa. And then i, tenki, da ne, i tenki da ne. Demo, ashita, ame ga, furu yo. 今日はいい天気だね。でも明日雨が降るだよ。明日は、you could say 明日は、but 明日雨が降るよ。Okay. Next. Finally gonna
僕
do
は
だよ
魚が
ね。
好きなんだよね。そうだね。
僕は魚が好きなんだよね。Wow, it's that you do like fish, don't you agree? Don't you? Huh. そうだね。And again, you could be when you talk to someone, you can talk to them either by their name or in the third person, so you get babuwa. So that's also very common in Japanese as far as politeness. That'll come in the next section, in the next lesson, set of lessons about politeness.
僕は
僕は魚が好きなんだよね。
僕は
そうだね。
魚が好きなんだよね。そうだね。You know, you like fish, don't you? You know, don't you? よね。Okay. 僕は魚が好きなんだよね。好きなんだよね。好きなのだよね。そうだね。僕は魚が好き。人間 be the なのだよね。好きなんだよね。好きなんだよね。そうだね。Okay, next up. Alright, so that's the end of that. That was about 11 minutes. So that was a kind of... Oh, okay, I made the mistake because I paused the sentences. That's right. Shouldn't have done that. But anyway, that's okay. Okay, so anyway, this started at 10 minutes. We were about 15 minutes, so that's about 40-minute lesson. 15 minutes of that was vocabulary, and so about 25 minutes for the lesson itself. That's cool. All right, let's go to levels. That is the end. Let's see what I think I got one last thing. Let's see if it's okay. All right, so looks like he doesn't have, let's see, grammar guide. I don't think he has a conclusion to this section. Let's see. No. All right, so that's the conclusion of the basic grammar. Okay, that was all 11 lessons. Basic grammar. We haven't learned anything what's called the polite or the formal way of talking. We've mainly been covering what's called casual, what some people call impolite, or I think sometimes, yeah, they usually term it as impolite. I don't think that's a good term for it. I mean, again, it's casual. It's perfectly polite way of talking. There's formal and casual. I prefer those terms, especially in English. That conveys a better meaning of it, because it's not rude to talk in this way. In fact, it's completely normal to talk in this way. In fact, to talk in a formal tone around friends, it could be in itself be kind of standoffish or rude, or it seems odd, if anything else. Although oddly enough, because students of Japanese language are taught to speak politely in the formal way at first, then people who listen to people, when Japanese listen to foreigners come here and speak in Japanese, they're always used to hearing foreigners speak, overuse the watashi wa all the time, use formal tone all the time, so they think that's just how foreigners speak and whatnot. So, in addition to the accent. So it takes a lot of time to get out of that learning. But anyway, that's the basics. We're going to be going into the next section, which is Tai Kim's Essential Grammar. Now, let me just go to that real quick. So let's go back to the grammar guide. Okay, Japanese grammar guide. And we'll be going into, we'll be discussing the politeness coming up. All right, so what I'm going to do real quick is take a break, about a couple minutes, refresh the batteries a bit. It looks like it's still only got one person watching, which is cool, or at least one person as far as YouTube is concerned. Let's see what else we got. Let's do a refresh here. Refresh here. I don't think we care about the JCat. Do that refresh, and let's see what Discord has to say on the matter. English skill, probably understand grammar. Yep, nothing new there. Okay, cool. And is eBay talking? Yeah, some people are Japanese only. Cool. All right. So, oh, something happened. Let's see what. Oh wow, that got a lot of upvotes quick. Okay. You're right that you shouldn't trust the score much, but old Japanese Nikkei are about the same. Right. Well, what I'm trying to say to him is like, okay, that's what the people who make the test are saying these scores are equivalent of, and they may be basing that based on what people have wrote to them, like what they scored on the JLPT, and then this is how they score on tests. They were gathering that information. So if they were researching that, then that could be a good one for them. But just again, what you get on the JCat is what you get on the JCat. Now, it can roughly equate to what you might be able to expect to get on the JLPT or what but whatnot. But just assume like you want to get beyond that. If your JCat scores put you beyond the that N3 level, then you might be safe. It might be safe to take the N3 and assume that you're going to pass the N3. Same thing with going beyond the N2 level or the JLPT2. Then what? All right, and then we got another person didn't know this existed, but I'll definitely try it later. Thanks. And again, I would just recommend this. One, it's free. It can be taken anytime, so you don't have to wait till this, twice a year that you have to do for the JLPT. And it just gives people a way to say, hey, this is my actual level based on a test that everyone else is also able to take as well. It's not me saying how I can follow and understand a TV show near 100% of the time or near 90% of the time. Like, again, that's called self-assessment. And that's kind of a bad way of looking. It kind of distracts from the conversation. I'll put it that way. People are trying to gauge your level, but you're the one to tell them what your level is. If you don't know, there are some people who think they know more than they do. Yeah, I didn't know what Dunning-Kruger effect, whatever that is. Others are kind of humble about what their levels are because they realize how much they don't know. So they kind of like say their level is not as good as they want it to be. So they say that they're actually low level. But this way I can say, hey, look, my level is what it is. This is what I scored. This is what I scored in August. This is what I scored a couple weeks ago. So be it. That's how it is. I could have had a bad day on that when I took the test. Whatever. In 6 months I take it again. There's my level. Yeah. So anyway, glad that's... All right, let me go and upvote these two guys real quick. Let's just go to... I'm not saying... I kind of would... Well, trust the score. Just don't trust that it equates 1-to-1 to the JLPT levels. All right, that's what I meant there. Right, because again, to get let's say on that test, if you're getting above 200, you definitely have a level. You have to have some reasonable knowledge of Japanese because again, it's a listening test, it's a reading test, and there's vocabulary there, there's grammar on there. Same thing. If you're getting above 300, your level is definitely better than a guy who's scoring 300. It's definitely better than the guy or gal who's scoring a 100. Or the guy who can't even get 50 on there, type of thing. It's just it is what it is. So trust that score is that someone who has a 300 on that test is at a better level of Japanese than someone who can only score 200 on the test. That's the only thing you want to take from that. And if you want to say, like, the person who scored 300, here's where he's at in, like, for me, I would say, hey, I scored this level, here's where I'm at in my studies. Okay? And then you can make that way you can now start making comparisons. So, are people who have finished this course, the Suggested Guide for Japanese Literacy. So let's say they've gotten to the course where they've finished all up to course number 12 and they've taken the test and they scored this much. And if I got like 5, 6, 20 people who have done that, now I've got data which I can now actually do a research paper on that if I needed to. As long as I got 2 variables where the persons who have done this course and studied and have taken the test. And they've gotten to this level in the course, they've gotten this score on the test. If there's a correlation where the further along you get in this course, the better you score on this other test, good, there's a positive correlation, all's well and good in the world. That's what you really want to do. And you know, you make the paper and boom, okay. Then maybe 5% of those I'm not going to do that, but it's just, again, it's just something that is available, and it's not self-assessment anymore. It's just anyway. Take the test. You know, register for it. It's j-cat.org. All right, jcat.org, and there's a section in it for English for you to sign up for and get information on. The test is all in Japanese. And again, it is what it is. And it's adaptive. So in other words, you don't have to tell what level to start at. It's going to find that out for it as you test on it. Alright, that's out of the way. Alright, so I'm going to leave this here. Tell you what, I'm going to play a 4-minute bit of video, and then, let's see, bring down the audio a bit. Okay, be right back. And this will be Nodami Kentibide. Okay, be right back. I'll even close the windows right now.
Tamagotchi. It's yours? それがきっかけでビエラ先生に気に入られ、まだ子供の俺にも先生はいろんなことを教えてくれた。
That's very, very good. But try faster. By the way, you know, they say that Mozart was a scatologist.
Scatologist?
Scatologist.
That's gonna take a bit. Never figured out that point of the humor of that. Okay. Let's see. Still got one person watching.
Maestro, I'll come back when they grow up.
Let's pause this. Stop. Okay, cool. Yeah, guess I should just let randomly go through those instead of pick one. And then, but again, the next drama I'm going to be looking at is Taikarashi episode 3. That's when it's going to definitely be covered. Actually, I think we already watched it all in its entirety so far, if you were following along with these. Okay. Japanese Grammar Guide, where are we at now? essential grammars. Alrighty. So we'll be starting on, okay, so that's completed. TK 21. Now this will be actually lesson 1, although I call it SGJL. I call it lesson 21 because of the numbering system. What I tried to do is, like, for basic I went from 0, 1 to 20, but I only went up to 11. So then for essential I'm starting at 21, going all the way up to 40, but it stops around 38. And then the special expressions I start at 40, and then it goes 41 and goes all the way up to 60. You know, stuff like that. That's how I kind of arranged it. I used that as an index. Reason why I did that was for an indexing system for spreadsheets. Because you couldn't disorder it by the vocabulary or the title of the courses, because again it would have beginner, essential, special. I don't know. It was neither here nor there. I think advanced kind of threw it for a loop. Okay. All right. Going to be doing this too. All right, just 10 more lessons to go, and I'm done with the whole doing special recordings for videos. I think the only thing that will be left after that is when I start doing maybe vocabulary videos, if need be. But even that, again, I don't think it's just going to be necessary. It's kind of overkill, especially for all 500 vocabulary. If it's taking like if it's going to take me 30 minutes or so to cover, because I'll have to do the word, write out the word, do the sentence, type out the sentence. Yeah. It might take me up to 30-40 minutes just to do each 20 sentence course, each 20 word course, because I'm going to do the words and I'll have to think about it on that level. Okay. With that said, let's begin. It's the 24th. It is 1 hour, 6 minutes, 55 seconds. Let's begin. And welcome. This is Nuke Marine presenting the Suggested Guide for Japanese Literacy, a course series on Memorize designed through self-study to take you from the basics and beginners of Japanese level up to the intermediate and advanced stages. Currently, this is I'm going over course number 6, which is Take Him's Guide to Japanese, Part 2. Now, Part 2 covers the first 10 lessons of his basic grammar, of his essential grammar section of his Japanese grammar guide on guidetojapanese.org. So let's go to that real quick. So here's the Japanese grammar guide. We've already covered all the basics in a previous course series. So now we're up to essential grammars. So let's go over that. So this is the introduction to essential grammar. I'm just going to read straight from his post. So, essential grammar. We have learned the basic foundation of the... Okay, before I start there, let me just say. Okay, so anyway, this is the essential grammar guide, and this is lesson number 1. So this is the introduction to that. If you enjoy this video, please consider giving it a thumbs up. If you haven't already, subscribe to the channel. Again, I create new content on a daily basis. Most of it self-study streaming. Finally, also consider sharing it on social media with other people who might be interested in learning Japanese in a self-study fashion. All right, with that we can begin. So again, Japanese grammar guide. This is course number 6. Take Him's Guide to Japanese Part 2, essential grammar section. Here's and it's going to be going into lesson number 1. But here's the introduction. So essential grammar. We have learned the basic foundation of the Japanese language. Now that we have a general knowledge of how Japanese works, we can now extend that by learning specific grammar for various situations. This section will go over what is considered to be essential grammar for basic practical Japanese. So this is still all under the umbrella basic grammar. You will begin to see fewer literal translations in order to emphasize the new grammar now that you should have a good understanding of how the basic fundamental grammar works. For example, in a sentence where the subject has not been identified, Take Him might simply specify the subject in the translation as he, even though it may very well be we or them, depending on context. This section starts with transforming what we have learned so far into a more unassuming and politer form, or a formal form. In any language, there are always ways to word things differently to express feelings in deference or politeness. Even English has differences in saying such as may I versus can I. And you may speak one way to your professor and another way to your friends. However, Japanese is different in that not only does the type of vocabulary change, the grammatical structure of every sentence changes as well. There is a distinct and clear line differentiating polite and casual types of speeches, or I'll say formal and casual. On the one hand, the rules clearly tell you how to structure your sentences for different social contexts. On the other hand, every sentence you speak must be conjugated to the proper level of politeness. In Section 3, Taiken will cover the polite version of Japanese, which is required for speaking to people of higher social positions or to people you are unfamiliar with. This section will then continue to cover the most useful types of grammar in Japanese. For this reason, we will learn the most common conjugations such as the te form, potential, conditional, and volitional form. The latter sections are in no particular order, and neither does it need to be. The grammar that is presented here is all essential, which means that you have to learn it anyway and learn them well. Alright, so that goes. So again, in this course series we'll be covering again the first half of this essential grammar section, so the first 10 lessons. In the next course series, I believe it's course number 9, there will be another 8 lessons that will be presented, and then going into special expressions. But again, all 3 of these types of overall courses, beginner, essential, special expressions, fall under the umbrella of basic grammar. You need this to have considered a basic understanding of Japanese. Alright, with that, we can go into the first lesson, which is the polite form and verb stems. Alright, polite form, verb stems. So again, this is lesson 1 of his essential section. Not being rude in Japan. So some vocabulary. I don't think there's too much vocabulary, but let's go to the lessons. Alright, so we'll go to Taiken. Alright, so here's the Suggested Guide for Japanese Literacy Study Group. We're going to be going now into course number 6. Okay, we already did the introduction, so let's go over the vocabulary. Alright, so this is the vocabulary covered in the lesson. It's going to be 7 words, and let's learn that. Preview.
Hi.
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 Hi means yes. It's a polite way of saying, or a formal or polite way of saying yes.
Hi.
Hi. Alright, let's write that out. Oh, wrong one. Hi. Let's delete that. And it's very simple, just ha and I. Hi. 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 And there it is. Yes or okay. And whatnot. Oh, I guess also giddy up. Okay. Next con.
いいえ。
Yeah. So hi you've learned as and then now we got no. That's a polite way of saying no.
いいえ。
Yeah. Yeah. No. Nay. Again. Yeah. Yeah. No. Yeah, it's saying polite or formal. You're going to hear it as well. So e. And you've heard it as the in the casual form as being yeah,
子犬。
koinu. Now, so this is like a child, literally koinu
子犬。
means puppy.
子犬。
Uses the kanji child and dog.
子犬。
Yeah, just basically a young dog, a young animal, koinu. Okay, so let's do that. Let's do ko, child, ko, and then inu, which is big and then a little drop. Koinu, koinu,
子犬。
koinu.
とても
Totemo, this is an adverb.
とても
Totemo, it means very.
とても
Alright, so it means very, awfully, exceedingly. Good. Alright, and again, it's a adverb, so it's usually attached, related to verbs.
とても
Totemo. To, te, mo. Totemo. とても
とても昨日
kino. Now this is a casual version of the word. There's a more formal way of saying it is sakujitsu, but that's a yeah, again, that's a formal way of saying it. We're just going to colloquial or kino,
昨日
yesterday.
昨日
Uses the kanjis yesterday and day.
昨日
And really it just means yesterday. And again, you see the two pronunciations, kino and sakujitsu, which is the onyomi pronunciation of it, more formal way of saying it. But kino, let's write it out. Let's do yesterday. So there's the sun. Yesterday you were sawing, maybe sawing logs, or maybe because of a busy day yesterday sawing wood. Okay. And then kino. Now this isn't pronounced. This is basically using these two kanji together for. It's not related to the pronunciation. It's related to the meaning. The actual pronunciation for form will be sakujitsu. But for right now, kino was a word, and they just put the kanji on top of that word. Same as ashita. They put the kanji of asha on top of the word that already existed.
昨日
Kino.
思う
Omo. To think.
思う
Omo. It's a U verb.
思う
Omo. It also uses the kanji, the think. But again, it's a U verb. Omo. So omo, omo wa nai. Omo wa nakata. Omotta. Omo.
思う
Alright, so it means to think, to consider, to believe, okay, or to plan. Omo. So it does a lot of work. Let's write it out. So we got omo. So there's the brain. Think with the brain and the heart. Okay, or you think with the brain, feel with the heart if you want to do it that way. Omo. Omo. Omo.
思う
Omo.
答える
Kotaeru. To answer.
答える
Kotaeru. It's a ru verb.
答える
Kotaeru. It's a solution. It uses the kanji solution in writing of it.
答える
Kotaeru. All right, and also some meanings for it. To answer or to reply. Kotaeru. It's a Urdu verb, so kotaeta, kotaenai, kotaenakata, kotaeru. Kotaeru. So answer. And again, remember, it's using the kanji solution. Solution. All right, so do the bamboo. You want to have a solution where you can meet the bamboo with the mouths, and that's the solution. Make the bamboo longer. All right, what? Kota eru. Kota eru. Kotaeru. To answer. Kotaeru.
答える
Kotaeru. All right, so that was about 5 minutes there. Let's go into the actual lesson. Next. Okay, let's go levels. All right, so this is going to be a long section. All right, so there's like 3 lessons to this, so or 4 parts. So it's going to be fairly long, although it's only going to cover 12 sentences, and that's fine. Let's go with kino ego review. Oh, okay, wrong thing. Should have been preview. Leave, yes. Preview.
明日映画を見に行く
All right, cool. All right, so now let's go with here. So this section is covering polite form, or what I like to call formal form, but it's also heard as polite form, and verb stems. It's normally, again, how you talk to someone either in a formal environment, someone you don't know, just met, in a, let's say, a non-bar environment, and or a business meeting, or again, someone who's your superior. Polite form and verb stems. Not being rude in Japan. Here's some vocabulary. So, te nego is polite language. Son keigo, honorific, and then ken jogo. So, te ne is polite. So that's what they normally call mas forms. Son keigo, honorific. That's like you talking to maybe the president of a company. Also, you also hear this as like concept. Well, they'll go into this discussion here, and then of course. Ken jogo. We haven't taught these vocabulary words because they're really no. But anyway, the big thing we taught was hi and ie. All right. The Japanese we have learned so far is all well and good if you're 5 years old. Unfortunately, adults are expected to use a politer version of the language called te nego when addressing certain people. People you will probably use te nego with are people of a higher social rank, or 2, people who people you are not familiar with. Deciding when to use which language is pretty much a matter of feel. However, it's a good idea to stick with one form for each person. Later, probably much later, we will learn an even politer version of the language called Sonkeigo and Kenkeigo and Kinkeigo. Make sure I'm writing that. Kinjogo form, which will be useful when you think would be more useful than you think, because store clerks, reception as such, will speak to you in those terms, you as the customer in the store. But for now, that's why sometimes you hear this konbini ben or convenience store talking. But for now, let's just concentrate on teinego, which is the base for sonkeigo and kenjogo, respectively. Okay. Now, fortunately, it is not difficult to change casual speech to polite speech. There may be some slight changes to the vocabulary. For example, yes and no become hi and go from un to hi and from un to ie, respectively, in polite speech. And very colloquial types of sentence endings are not used in polite speech. We'll learn about sentence endings in the later section. Essentially, the only main difference between polite and casual speech comes from the very end of the sentence. You cannot tell whether a person is speaking in a polite or casual speech until the sentence is finished. There are some exceptions in the middle of it, but we'll be discussing that as well. Okay, so here we come with the stem of verbs. Make sure that's covered there. Okay. Okay, so here it is, the stem of verbs. And here's quite a few vocabulary words. A lot of these are dealing with vocabulary, like verbs, which are going to be conjugated. So we don't relearn those. Okay. In order to conjugate all you verbs and RU verbs into their respective formal or polite forms, we will first learn about the stem of verbs. This is often called the masu stem in Japanese textbooks, but we will just call it the stem because it is used in many more conjugations than just its mas form. Even a dictionary of basic Japanese grammar does call it its mas stem. The stem is really great because it's very easy to produce and is useful in many different types of grammar. Okay, so to create the rules for extracting the stem or the mas stem for verbs. Okay, for RU verbs, just remove the RU. All right, so if it's taberu, tabe. Good. Now for U verbs, the last vowel changes from the U sound to a E sound. So, for example, oyogu, to swim, becomes oyogi. So like say aroku, aroki. What is another one? Amo, which we just seen, is amoi, amoi. So the u becomes an e, amoi. Their exceptions are this: suru becomes she, suru to do becomes she, and then kuru becomes ki. So those are stems, the mas stems, masu stem, or I say, well, the reason why I say mas is it's usually pronounced, the su isn't pronounced, it's more of a s. Alright, the stem, when used by itself, can be very specialized and limited way of creating nouns from verbs. While the no particle allows you to talk about verbs as if they were nouns, the stem actually turns verbs into nouns. In fact, in very rare cases, the stem is used more often than the verb itself. For example, the stem of okoru, ikaru, that looks like okoru, not, okay, ikaru, in this case he's saying it's ikaru, is used more often than the verb itself. The movie Fist of Fury is translated as ikari no den teiken, iron fist, okay, tetsuken, okay, teiken, ikari no teiken. I don't know. I don't know that movie, ikari no teiken, and not a okoru or ikaru teiken. In fact, ikaru is most likely to be read as okoru, a completely different verb with the same meaning and kanji. Really. Ikaru is to get angry, to become mad, and then there's okoru. Sorry. Stop that. Okoru, to get angry, to get mad, to tell someone off. So ikaru, ikoru. Completely different words with the same meaning in kanji. There are a number of specific nouns, such as yasumi, that are really verb stems that are used like regular nouns. However, in general, we cannot take any verb and make it into a noun. For example, the following sentence is wrong. Nomi o suru. This sentence makes sense, but no one talks like this. So nomimasu or nomu. Yeah, so this means like to drink or something. Nomi o suru. It just sounds weird. However, a use of grammar that works in general for stems of all verbs is using the stem as a target with a motion verb. So almost always going to be iku and kudu in this case. This grammar means to go or to come to do some verb. Here's an example. Alright, so here we have is mi. So miru, the stem of the miru verb is mi because it's an RU verb. So in this case now they're adding a ni. So then turn that, it's almost like turning it into an adverb. So turning a verb into an adverb. Take the stem, add a ni is what they're kind of inferring here. So ashita, tomorrow, ego o, movie, mini, to see, or go to see, iku. So go to see a movie. So the mini is a stem of miru, such as with the target particle ni. So again, kind of like you've turned a verb into an adverb, if you will. The target particle sounds like you're literally going or coming to do something, while ni implies that you're going to coming for the purpose of doing something. Literally going to coming to do something. So here's the two examples. Asobi e versus asobi ni. So kino tomodachi ga asobi e kita. Yesterday, a friend came to a playing activity. So asobi is, in this case, the asobi is being treated as a noun in and of itself. So it's the act of playing. Playing activity. Kino tomodachi ga asobi ni kita. So in other words, this is like came to play. Nomi ni kita, came to drink. Tabi ni kita, came to eat. Taberu, tabi ni kita, came to drink. Nomu, nomi, nomi ni kita, came to drink. The expression tanoshimi ni suru means to look forward to, is formed as a grammar similar to this, but is a special case and should be considered a set expression. So tenoshimu means to have fun. The verb to have fun. Usually it's tenoshi is the thing is like it's fun, enjoyable. In this case, tenoshimi ni suru, to look forward to. Tenoshimi, look forward to do something, looking forward to something. Other verbs are also sometimes attached to the stem to create new verbs. For example, when dasu, to take out, is attached to the stem of the verb hashiru, which is hashiri, you get what is called hashiri dasu, which means to break out into a run. Other examples include kiru, which becomes kiri, and then kaeru, to change, which means to switch over to something else. Cut and then change. Kiri kaeru means switch over to something, like the factory switched over from making pillowcases into making bed sheets. So you would say kiri kaeru, cut doing something and change it into doing something else. And sukeru, which means to attach to something, and then kaeru, to add to something, which means to add to something by attaching it. Or suke kaeru. Suke, that is kaeru, right? Oh, kawaeru. Suke kawaeru. So in this case, sukeru kawaeru, to attach, to add to. Suke kawaeru, to add something by attaching to it. You can see how separate meanings of two verbs are combined to create a new verb. For example, you becomes e, and then dasu, which is to take out. So this means e dasu means to start talking, combining to speak and to bring out. There are no general rules here. You need to just memorize these combined verbs as separate verbs in their own right. Alright, so let me summarize here. In fact, I'm going to do it with this. If you got a book called A Dictionary of Basic Japanese Grammar, alright, if you go to this book and go into the appendixes, in fact, I want to find it here. I want to find the right page. Go to the appendix number 7, which is on page 608. Let me show you that real quick. I'm going to do this as a lesson. Okay, so we're going to do 608, so that's 301. Come on. Alright, so on here, Appendix 7 is what's called compound words. And this goes over the very things like here's a noun and a mas stem, or a verb stem. So in this case, mizu, and then asobu becomes asobi. Mizu sobi, which means dabbling in water. Okay, or in this case, hiru, which is noon, and then neru, which becomes hiru ne, nemas. And that means siesta, or a noon sleep. So that's noun and a stem. Now here's noun with a transitive verb. This is with an intransitive verb. The noun with an intransitive verb, or the transitive verb. In this case, hana, flower, and miru. The stem of miru is mi. So hana mi means flower viewing. Now you wouldn't know that. In this case, it's a very specific type of flower at that specific time of year. So you have to learn that as a new word. All these you have to learn as new words. That's what we're trying to say. So in this case, it's combining a noun with the stem of a verb. A noun and a stem of a verb, in this case a transitive verb. And this is a noun with a noun, which is, or this is now a stem with a noun, so we've reversed it. So in this case, nori mono, which is a vehicle, something to ride against. So we have deru, and then guchi, which is an entrance of some sort. So deguchi is exit. Now we have as a verb stem, transitive with a noun. Then here is a stem with another stem. I think a good example would be hiki dashi, pull, take out, which is a word for drawer. In this case, nobori, to go up, and kudari, to go, or nobori ori, to go up and going up and down, ascend and descend. Or in this case, de iri, deru and iri, going in and out. Here's now, and they also work with adjectives, but we won't worry about that too much right now. And here we have a stem and informal past, aruki, mawaru, whatnot. This is how it works, unfortunately. This is just a standard, it's an unusual way in which, this is how Japanese works. And again, each of these are kind of like new individual words, and you have to learn what these words mean. But once you've learned it, it almost like, because you understand how the individual words work, it makes sense on how, when they combine it, that new word. So that new word you learn pretty fast. As long as you already understand the meanings of the base words behind it. So like if you know what yomu is to sell, or to read, I'm sorry, and then suzukeru is continue. So continue to read. I mean, there's reading and there's continuing. Continue to read. Yomisukeru. That's very simple. Alright. So that's why these mas stems become very important, because it's going to make the language a lot easier, especially as far as vocabulary, a lot easier to grasp. In addition to it, it's going to be used in grammar, like we already saw with the stem plus ni, and then iku, and stem plus ni, kuru. Because it's going to say go to do something or come to do something. Alright. Now, again, we're going to be covering a dictionary basic Japanese grammar at the end of these courses. That's course number 13, 14, 15, and 16. Again, and I haven't done, as of the time of this video, I haven't done it yet, but I will be creating a bonus course based on the appendixes. And that's going to be, so those entries are going to be part of the appendix. And it's going to be, again, testing you on stems. And that's going to be really important. And it should be very useful to a student of Japanese to kind of get this in across, because, again, Tae Kim did not give a lot of examples for this. But it is a very important part of the Japanese grammar. With that, let's go over the sentences. Alright, so in here in case we have miru, mini, iku. Miru, mini, iku. Go to see.
明日、映画を見に行く。
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
明日、映画を見に行く。
So, asha, tomorrow. Ego, movie. Mini. Now remember, miru, to see. Mini, to, again, it's to see. And then iku, to go to see. Mini iku. Ashita, ego, mini iku.
明日、映画を見に行く。
Ashita, ego, mini iku. Let's bring this up. Let's write it out. Okay. Ashita, ego, mini iku. And if you need to, treat it like one word, mini iku. Alright? That is to go to see. Just treat it as if that's one word, mini iku. Go to see.
昨日、友達が遊びに来た。
So, kino, yesterday, tomodachi ga, my friend is the one, asobi ni kita, came to play. So, asobu, to play, asobi ni, to play, toward to play, iku.
昨日、友達が遊びに来た。
Kino, tomodachi ga asobi ni kita, came to play. Kino, tomodachi ga asobi ni kita. Okay? So, kino, tomodachi ga, and again, asobi ni kita. Treat it all as one word. Or you can do it separately. Asobi ni, then kita, asobi ni iku if you want to, but ita. Kino, tomodachi ga asobi ni kita.
明日、大学に行きます。
Alright, in this case, went to college. This is not a stem, so we're not going to worry about that. We're going to pause it right. We're going to go right there. Okay. So as you saw there's not many example sentences for stems, unfortunately. So what I do need to do as a person who's generating these courses or creating or developing these courses, I'll memorize. Create that appendix, and then I will try to refer to that. Say now the appendix is going to be all one super lesson type, all one super course. It's going to be of 7 appendixes, and you can go in there and through each of the individual lessons, and it'll probably have a lot of different lessons. But you go to the one in particular that's related and go off of that. I think I'll decide on how. Yeah, that is how I've decided I'm going to be developing it. The one that's like again conjugation and counters, but also it's going to be this one on verb stems. Going to be really important, really useful to get you comfortable with how the Japanese language works. When you get into the vocabulary section, which you probably already covered, you probably noticed this because you already went over 500 vocabulary words, and you already noticed some of these vocabulary words already. Now it may not have made sense. I might have, and I don't know if I discussed it already, because again, the video for the vocabulary, if I do create it, is going to be happening in the future from my point of view. But it might be have already happened in your past. So I apologize if I've already covered this before. Alright, next section is using the mas to make verbs polite. So again, we got the mas stem, now we're going to add the mas to it, hence the mas stem. M-A-S-U. Now it looks like masu, but normally it's pronounced mas. Okay, we already covered the vocabulary, so let's go. Now, of course, the reason Take Him introduced a verb stem is to learn how to conjugate the verbs into their formal or polite form, the mas form. The mas form must always come at the end of a complete sentence and never inside a modifying relative clause. When we learn compound sentences, we will see that each subsentence of a compound can end in a mas as well. Yeah, so that's during compounded sentences, but not a clause of that sentence. So there's 2 different things. One's like 2 complete sentences, although they're just combined together. The other is actually it has a part of a sentence that's describing a noun or a verb or an adjective, or a noun or a verb. Sorry. All right. So conjugation chart. So what you do? Take the verb stem, and add for plain. So here's a plain conjugation, mas, or the present. Here's a negative so it becomes a masen, past, mashita, past negative, masen deshita. All right, now turning it into words. So in this case, asobu, which we then make the stem asobi. Then we're going to add this part here. So in this case, asobi mas. Then negative, asobi masen. Then we have asobi mashita for past, then past negative, asobi masen deshita. Alright, so it's pretty simple. You just have to, of course, know how this, because again, usually for us, for negative, we add a nai. In this case, so it's just going to be masen, mas, masen, mashita, masen deshita. So it looks like we added a deshita to the negative, and we'll find out a bit more about that as well. Okay, so example sentences to do this. So ashita, tomorrow. Daigaku ni, toward college. Ikimasu. So it's like iku, which then becomes iki. Then we add the mas. Ikimasu. Iku, iki, ikimasu. Senshu, last week. Babu ni, to Bob, with Bob. Aimashita yo. You know, in this case, there's the yo. Now in this case, so aimashita. So it's ao, to meet. Ai, the stem of to meet. Then aimashita, met, which is in a formal way. So, Senshu babu ni aimashita yo. Now we have his here. Number 3. Bangohan o, dinner, tabimasen deshita ne. So let's do it. So, taberu. Okay, to eat. Tabe, the stem of eat. We just dropped the ru. Tabemasen deshita, which means didn't eat. That's a negative past. Didn't eat dinner. Alright. Omoshirokunai, not. So omoshirokunai, not interesting. Eiga wa, as for interesting movies, mimasen. So that's didn't see. Now here is a miru, to see. Mi, the stem of to see. Mimasen, didn't see. This turns that into didn't see. Alright, so that's fairly, you come from, believe it or not, yeah, this, you learn to conjugate these, and for people who are taking Japanese in college, normally they start off learning this at first, so they only know the verbs based on their stem form, and that's it, which is, oh, well and good. I guess if you know the stem, you're probably going to know how to, you know, because again, it's, yeah. Sobu, sobi. If you already know a sobu, if you know it's a sobi, then you know it's a sobu. They don't really teach what they call it the dictionary form or the plain form or the casual form. So this is the polite or the formal form. Okay, anyway, let's go over those example sentences. Okay.
明日、大学に行きます。
So, 明日、大学に行きます. Tomorrow, go to college. What I could say is right there, I guess I could have there. And here's the reason why I say the attribute is going to be using mas to make it polite. So you should know to make this. Instead, you could say daigaku ni iku. In this case, you know because the attributes I'm looking for mas.
明日、大学に行きます。
明日、大学に行きます. Alright, let's draw it out, or write it out, sorry. So, 明日、大学に行きます. Okay, 明日大学に行きます.
先週、ボブに会いましたよ。
先週、ボブに会いましたよ. And this guy, you know.
先週、ボブに会いましたよ。
先週、ボブに会いましたよ. Okay, cool. Let's write it out. So last week, 先週、ボブに with Bob, 会いましたよ. 会いましたよ. Oh, sorry. Escape. 会いましたよ. And then say 会ったよ. If you have ボブに会ったよ. It could be saying 会いました. 会った. So what you can do, since you get into these polite and these sentences are going to start going between polite and or formal and casual. What you can now do is like say it both in the casual form and in the formal form. So in other words, so 先週ボブに会ったよ. 先週ボブに会いましたよ. As practice, get practiced with that. So remember, practice conjugations. Practice conjugation more than you. If you got to do a practice learning a new verb or practice conjugating an old verb, you know, practice conjugating the old verb. Okay, you can't go wrong with that. Like if you see it in the plain form, conjugate in all the various ways in the casual form, and if you see it in this polite form, casual between its casual variant and its polite variant. You know, if you need to do that, because again, mashita, masen, you know, those are only 4 ways of doing it, so you don't have to worry too much about that. But how would you say aimashita yo? How would you say that? And it's atta. All right, next up.
晩ご飯を食べませんでしたね。
So 晩ご飯を食べませんでしたね. So 食べませんでした. 食べなかった. 食べない、食べなかった.
晩ご飯を食べませんでしたね。
晩ご飯を食べませんでしたね. 晩ご飯を食べなかったね. You didn't eat dinner, huh? Okay, 晩ご飯を食べませんでしたね. 食べませんでしたね. 晩ご飯を食べませんでしたね.
面白くない映画は見ません。
面白くない映画は見ません。or 映画を見ない。面白くない映画は見ない。
面白くない映画は見ません。
面白くない映画は見ません。or 面白くない映画は見ない。Let's type it out. 面白くない映画は見ません。Okay. 面白くない映画は見ません. Cool. Keep going. I think that's the
子
last
犬
bit.
はとても好きです。
Alright. So let's cover the next part
子
of
犬
this.
はとても好きです。
Shush. Alright. So we covered mas. So that's dealing with verbs. Now we're going to do with da. And in this case, des. Using des for everything else. In fact, we kind of already ran into des with tabimasen deshita. But we'll be discussing that. So anyway, here's the vocabulary we covered. Went all the way to omoshiroi. Alright, so let's keep going. What was that last one we did? No, okay, we got a little bit more to go. Okay, for any sentence that does not end in an RU verb or a U verb, the only thing that needs to be done is to add des or deshta. And again, it's pronounced des, not desu. It looks like desu, but say des. And then deshta is de. It's actually, if you say it's like su right there, de, sudu, kind of like, so des, and then deshta, so su becomes shita. So deshta, des, deshta. You can do this for substituted nouns, both no and n, by just treating them like regular nouns. Another important thing to remember is that if there is a declarative da, it must be removed. In being polite, I guess you can't be bold as to forwardly declare something as being da. Just like the mas form, this must also go at the end of a complete sentence. Here is a chart illustrating conjugations. So let's say for form you want to do kawaii, which is a e. So all you do is politely to say kawaii desu. Not pretty, kawakanai, and then kawakanai desu. Past, kawaikatta, and then the polite form, kawaikatta desu. Kawakakanakatta was not pretty. Kawakakanakatta desu was not pretty, polite. Now we have is da. It's like shizuka da, shizuka da. Then you say shizuka desu. Shizukanai is not quiet. Shizukanai desu. It's not quiet, but more formal way of saying it. Shizuka datta was quiet. You wouldn't say shizuka deshita. Notice in this case, now the past tense becomes deshita. Datta deshita. And for nouns and non-adjectives, okay, here's a note. The past tense becomes deshita. A very common mistake is to do the same for e-adjectives. Remember, kawai deshita is wrong. Kawakatta desu. Okay. Okay, that's something. Okay. Hayai. Hayaku nakatta desu. So you wouldn't say hayai deshita. Hayai deshita. You'd be hayakatta desu. Was fast. Okay, shizuka. Okay, so just remember that. Shizuka deshita. So na and no and nouns and na adjectives add the deshita. The rest is just add des. So that's the exception there, deshita. When it deals with nouns and adjectives. Everything else na adjectives. For regular adjectives add the des. Remember, for verbs we're using mas. For adjectives we're mainly using des, except for this one thing. For the past version is deshita. Deshita. Kind of like we did with, in fact, we kind of did it here as well, but this way it's past negative, which was tabimasen deshita. In this case, past negative, we just use des. Notice in the case of noun and adjective, okay, so here we go, some example sentences. Koinu wa totemo suki desu. About puppies, like very much. The most natural translation is that someone likes puppies very much, but there is not enough context to rule out the puppies like something very much. Okay. Kino wa jikan ga nakatta desu. Now he says jikan ga nai, jikan na nakatta. Now here he says was no time. Now I added the in desu right there. That's kind of kattan desu. Nai nakatta. Now notice that it kind of differs from here where the nai becomes nakatta right here, and even here is like shizuka nakatta, but here he's adding in des. So this is about more of a declarative. It feels like that. Jikan ga nakatta desu. I feel he's doing something here that he did not explain. Okay, but we'll worry about that a little bit later. Sono heya wa ammari is not much, and there's ammari, and then shizuka janai, so shizuka janai desu. Was not quiet. The room was not very quiet. Senshu ni mita eiga wa. So senshu ni, last week, mita eiga, the movie you saw wa totemo omoshirakatta. And then des was very interesting. The movie you saw last week was very interesting. Okay, last bit. I have heard on a number of occasions, or Tae Kim has heard on a number of occasions, that the negative non-past conjugation is given here is not an officially correct conjugation. Instead, what's considered to be more correct conjugation is actually replaced the nai des with arimasen. The reason, so aru, arimasen. Reason for that is the polite negative form of the verb aru is not nai des, but arimasen. Therefore, kawaku nai actually becomes kawaku arimasen, and that shizuka janai becomes shizuka dewa arimasen. The reality of today's Japanese is that what's supposed to be official conjugation sounds rather stiff and too formal. In normal, everyday conversations, conjugation presented here will be used almost every time. While you should use the more formal conjugation with written works, using the polite form, you will rarely hear it in actual speech. In conclusion, I recommend studying and becoming familiar with both types of conjugations, but in spoken form, you'll probably be using the nai version with the des added, as opposed to changing the aru to arimasen. So here's casual and polite, but this is in a more formal negative sense. So, kawaiiku nai, kawaiiku arimasen. So the nai becomes arimasen. Kawaiiku nakatta, so the nai nakata becomes arimasen deshita. We added the deshita. Arimasen deshita. Another example for a na adjective. Shizuka janai, shizuka ja arimasen. The nai becomes arimasen. Shizuka janakatta is not quiet, or was not quiet. Shizuka ja arimasen deshita. So some examples here is des, shizuka janai des versus, that room. Now I think right here what I did is in the test, just the two examples. Sona heya wa, that room. Amari, not much. Shizuka janai is not very quiet. Des, yo. That room is not very quiet, yo. Des. Janai des. Sona heya wa amari shizuka ja arimasen, yo. That room is not quiet. And again, this is maybe written, you might see it more often, but normally you're going to see it as this form, or definitely hear it in that form. Okay, let's write it out. Okay, let's go cover these sentences. Okay, so koinu wa totemo suki. Let me hear this first.
子犬はとても好きです。
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 子犬はとても好きです。And let's type it out. Okay, 子犬はとても好きです。子犬はとても好きです。そう、子犬はとても好き、子犬はとても好きです。
昨日、時間がなかったんです。
昨日、時間がなかったです。In this case, ない。時間がなかった。I think the in is, I get the feeling he shouldn't have included that just for now, even though it's actually added in. It's like doing the no da, so 時間がなかったのだ, so more of an explanation. That's why it still works here. He'll be explaining this in a little bit. But anyway.
昨日、時間がなかったんです。
You should be fine. You'll definitely recognize it among the words you have to find. So there wasn't any time. It was that there was no time yesterday. That's the in des or no des is doing there. 昨日時間がなかったんです。昨日時間がなかったんです。
その部屋はあまり静かじゃないです。
その部屋はあんまり静かじゃないです。
その部屋はあまり静かじゃないです。
その部屋はあんまり静かじゃない。Remember, amari here, or anmari if it's spoken, is used to mean not very much when used with a negative verb. Kind of like zen means not at all when used with a negative verb. So, amari shizuka janai desu. So, その部屋はあんまり静かじゃないです。その部屋はあんまり静かじゃないです。
先週に見た映画はとても面白かったです。
先週に 見た映画はとても面白かったです。
先週に見た映画はとても面白かったです。
先週に見た映画はとても面白かったです。And again, just keep it simple. All you're doing is adding des to a lot of stuff. That makes things much easier, except for past. For past, it's deshita. Everything else, negative and whatnot, is just, and that's for past nouns and past not adjectives. とても面白かったです。
先週に見た映画はとても面白かったです。
Okay, let's do that. So 先週に見た映画はとても面白かったです。面白かったです。先週に見た映画はとても面白かったです。
その部屋はあまり静かじゃないですよ。
Make sure that was the okay. Yeah, this is covering those two other variants. Alright, so these are ones where it's going to be right here. You know that room is not very quiet. So this is janai des. Maybe I should have
その部屋は
あまり静かじゃないですよ。
ですよ. Alright, so that's a common way of writing it. その部屋はあまり静かじゃないですよ. That's the common way of doing it. その部屋は this in you know shizuka janai and then this is shizuka janai desu yo. Amari shizuka janai desu yo. Amari shizuka janai desu yo. その部屋はあまり静かじゃないですよ。polite じゃない。
その部屋はあまり静かじゃありませんよ。
その部屋はあまり静かじゃ Now here's ja, nai, and then the nai instead becomes aru, so arimasen yo, ja arimasen, or de wa arimasen. You also see it as de wa arimasen yo, de wa arimasen yo. However, this is going to be out, but okay. その部屋はあんまり静かではじゃありませんよ. Alright, that's it for the sentences. So let's finish this up for the his discussion part. So it took about 40 minutes, but let's finish up this part here. Now here's where a lot of people get who study Japanese or to advanced level get into arguments with or discussing about teikam. This is one of them, where he says des is not the same as da. Alright, so here's some vocabulary. So, omo, hai, kotaeru. Many of you have taken Japanese classes and have probably been taught that des is the polite version of da. However, he wants to point to several key differences here and the reasons why they are in fact completely different things. It is impossible to fully explain the reasons why they are fundamentally different without discussing grammar that have yet to be covered. So, Teikim would like to target this towards those who have already started learning Japanese and have been incorrectly misinformed that da is the casual version of des. For the rest of you new to this, you can easily skip this part. So, personally, I think the reason is I know it's why it's like you got some things that you end in des that you don't end in da. Kind of like kawaii, you can end it there. You don't say kawaii da. You just say kawaii. Or you do it more politely, you have to say kawaii des, for example. I think he's going to go into stuff like this. I'm sure most of you have learned the expression so by now. Now there are 4 ways to make a sentence using the state of being so to produce a sentence that says that is so. So it's so, so da, so desu, so de gozaimasu. Now the first so is implied state of being and so da is the declarative. As stated before, the non-assuming soft-spoken so is often used by females while the more confident so da is used by males. So des is a polite version of so, attaching a des to the noun. So des is not a polite version of so da, where the da is replaced by des, and he's going to explain why. Perhaps we wanted to make the sentence into a question. Is that so? Now, there are several ways to do this, but some possibilities in the following are here. So, so ka, so desu ka. Now you notice there is no da anywhere in there. As he explained before, the da is used to declare what is one believes to be a fact. Therefore, so da ka is not a valid way to ask a question because it's declaring a fact and asking a question at the same time. But the fact that so desu ka is a valid question shows that des is not a declarative in the way that da is. There are definitely some differences there. I think what he's trying to do, I get the feeling like this causes some issue of contention, and this is me, Nuke Marine, speaking. It's kind of like they're kind of arguing over semantics at a certain point. Yeah, I think what he should warn you is that it's not a one-for-one. Da is not a one-for-one with des. Okay, there are things that when you're talking when using in a polite or formal way, you have to use different. Certain rules are going to change versus how it would be used with des. Like. So anyway, let's just continue on. Besides the differences in nuance between da and des, another key difference is that da is used in many types of grammar to delineate a relative clause. Des, on the other hand, is used at the end of a sentence to designate a polite state of being. For instance, consider the two following sentences. This grammar is covered in a later section. So da to omoimasu. I think that is so. You will never say so desu to omoimasu. That's an incorrect statement. The so da to omoimasu is valid, while so desu to omoimasu is not, because des can only go at the end of a sentence. Des can only be in a relative clause when it is a direct quote of what someone says. So, hi, so desu to kotaeta, he replied. So in conclusion, replacing des with da while thinking one is polite, or I guess the way you could use it is like, look, okay, des is not always a declarative. It can be used as a declarative. It's not a one-for-one polite replacement for da. It's the biggest thing keeping ahead. So so be careful about that. So try to think of the way you use da is different than how you would use des. When we start doing these practices, start seeing more and more sentences. Try to, because again, I'm going to try to encourage you when you're doing the practices. Like, try to, if a sentence is giving you if an example grammar sentence is giving in a polite or formal version, try to say it in its casual version, and vice versa. Practice being able to switch between the two. With the ability to do that, it's going to help it when you do have to use this in real life later on in your journey. And talking to people, you know, being able to switch and also understand the switching yourself can be helpful. Okay, so that is the end of the lesson. So it's a 2 hour. We're at the 2 hour mark. So I just was talking for a couple hours. This was the first lesson of the essential grammar section, and we got another 19 lessons to go. Now, technically, in the past as of this recording, I've already recorded about. I've already recorded the last 8 lessons of this course because I happened to pass that side after I did that, like continue on with this. So I did the basics, did the course. So my recordings of all these are going to be all out of weird ass orders, and that's fine. That's the nature of the beast, and how I'm approaching it, because I'm making these videos as a part of my self-study routine. Yeah. And while I'm doing this and I'm seeing where the weaknesses of what Tae Kim is offering for grammar, I can definitely see the importance of these. Again, that appendix and making those available. Trying to get those in a first thing I've got to do is create the spreadsheets for it and make it into a presentable format that can work with Memrise. And each appendix got to be treated differently. Like the one for conjugating verbs and adjectives is going to be different than the one dealing with counters, which is going to be different than the one dealing with transitive and transitive verbs, which is different than the one dealing with verb stems. And the benefit, though, again, is like I either have one choice. I'd make it all one super course, which I like to think of that doing that, because I think having the entire, it might be like a course, 1,000 questions large. But the benefit is that you as a user can ignore start ignoring stuff. So you feel like, okay, you got a great grasp of this. You don't need to like learn every, you know, how the conjugation. You might just start ignoring. Once you feel comfortable, it's like, okay, this, you're now comfortable enough because you've been running into these with your regular, with all the regular grammar sentences. You don't have to worry about it anymore. You can just ignore it. Same thing with counters. You know, again, you become so comfortable with counters, you can safely start ignoring a lot of them, except for maybe the exceptions. Verb stems, again, you already learned those in your vocabulary lessons, so you don't need to worry about how to generate those, you know, with the appendix and whatnot. That's the idea there, is just to supplement. It'll seem larger than it is, but you don't have to, you know, again, you do a section and I can put a little note there, hey, you know, also this is kind of covered in lesson X through Y in the appendix course, you know, and help out there. Yeah. Just something to think about. Yep. Woo! Alright, and so that was a lesson number 1. I know I need to take a quick break, recharge the batteries. Start working on my reviews. We're at the 2-hour mark, so I got a good 2 hours to do the review, so I'll be fine. Let's get some coffee. Why are we? Let's see. I've got the TV on, but for some reason it's doing the financial reports. So change the channel a bit. What else we got? NHK broad. Okay, that looks good. Keep that going. Make some coffee. Bye. Really, what I do for coffee, and this is like probably gonna make some people sick to know, is that I've been using in the store they sell instant coffee, so I use that. You'd think as much as I drink coffee, I should drink quality, and I should, but I don't because I'm lazy. It's just so much easier. Like pour a couple of spoons of instant coffee into a cup, throw some artificial sweetener, and throw some hot water on top of that, and all's well and good in the world. Laziness, I know. Also need to make sure for now I've got the 11 lessons. I need to get those links put up, get those prepped as well. Also, hey, you know, thanks to Discord, the mods on the Discord chat that are putting up the links. I think that's helping. Keep in mind, watch a lot of Japanese. Watch a lot of Japanese shows. What I recommend is, especially this early in your studies, watch it with just English subtitles. That's fine. Alright? You're not at a level right now where you're going to get too much out of Japanese. But the reason why I'm saying watch shows and even with English subtitles is that you need to find some stuff that you like. And then those would be the shows that you say, you know, I like this show so much, I want to use it as a study material. And then go through and formally study that. If you want to use the courses I put up there, I mean, again, right now I think the courses I'm going to cover are Zetai Karashi, or Absolute Boyfriend, Yusei no Kizuna, which is, I think, like Falling Stars, Terrace House, the one on Netflix covering boys and girls in the city, Odoru Daisosa-sen, which is an old drama, but it's comedy police drama, which I want to cover that. Hanzawa Naoki, which is kind of like dealing with banks. Around 40, I think I will cover that as for, because that's like a couple ladies. And then in the future, if all goes well, if I get into the advanced sections, I'll also cover Tiger and Dragon, which is an amazing show. Gene, which is kind of like a doctor who went back into the, not Edo period, but into the a couple hundred years, or 150 years in the past for Japan. What else? And one other drama, I'd have to think about it, but yeah. It might be, I think, because I got the subtitles for it, I might cover what's called I'd have to think on that last one, but I might do night. Oh yeah, now I remember. I want to do night cafe. I want to basically try to use Boys and Girls Terrace House because that's on Netflix. I also want to do Night Cafe because that's on Netflix and in Netflix in the U.S. And I also want to probably pick another one that's on Netflix in the U.S. That's the important thing I want to do there because then people can use that course. Not only can they study that course, they have access to that drama as well without having to worry about going on some type of legally dubious stream. All right, with that, let's just go around the horn, see what's popping up. Let's see, we got what's new here. Nothing of overnote. Let's see here. Do another refresh on that. Close that out and refresh up here. And let's see what the Discord is bringing up. And I'm not quite sure what they're talking about. Let's see. It looks like okay, so it looks like they are discussing some type of grammar. That's good. Okay, good. Yeah, and right here, what he's talking about, counters and pronunciation changes. I need to. That's where I think having a course that's dedicated specifically that has part of the counters as part of that is going to be useful. Oh, gods. Okay. So there's that. Okay, we got some new stuff here. Let's see. Got some new comments, so let's go see what they got to say. Pro tip. Okay, more or less. I took this test a couple weeks ago, and after around 5 months, I was just wondering how much progress how I'm progressing relative to my progress if I were to have taken a university class. Here's his results. Damn, that's damn good. He did better than me, or he did better than he did about the same as I did back in August. No, it's really good. His reading's low, but everything else is great. Yeah, awesome. Kind of trust the scores. The self-correcting nature of the test can get you higher scores through dumb luck. Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, you just have to. The way I'm trying to describe it is that if someone who scores 200 is probably better in Japanese than someone who scores 100. Keep it in blocks of 50. And just say how you can rate levels between each other. I wouldn't say that just because you scored a 300 that means you're a JLPT 1 or whatnot. It's just that you should be relative to how people have done at the 250 range. You should be better than them. And if someone who's doing 250, if a number of people who did 250 can pass the JLPT 2 and 2, then that's the idea there. Now let's upvote these guys and let's see what else we got. Let's look at the full comments. Alright. No, that's really good. 5 months of study. I wonder what his study more or less. I wonder what this guy's study process is like. That was really good. Yeah. Okay, cool. So we might get some more discussion. I don't have time right now to go into discussion on there. Yeah, he's doing really good. And again, I think my score, if I had taken that same test 6 or 7 years ago, I'm pretty sure it would have been a lot higher. I'm just trying to get back up to that level. I'm not there yet. I'll finish up the Core 2K. I'll finish up the grammar section. Then I'll be moving on to the intermediate. That's where I'm going to start noticing progress. I am listening to stuff a lot more, which is going to help my listening and reading. I'm reading more. I'm listening more as a habit. I need to start doing that more and more every day, though, just out of habit. That's neither here nor there. All right, let's go for it. Okay, I can close that out. Okay, so that's lesson 21. Another 9 to go. We'll be done for that part, and I can get back to studying a lot more. Let's do it. Alright, so I reviewed most of this yesterday, and obviously the reviews go back up, but what I'll do first is the remembering the kanji. So I'll do that. Let's bring this back up here. Okay. Make you first. That way I don't have to use the pad after that. I can just put the pad away. Okay. Shadow. Kage. Okay, let's do that. Alright, let's do it. Let's see, that was the... Oh, sorry, wrong one. It was over the scenery of the capital. There's the... right there, and then there's the Mystique, her shadow changes. Okay, that's good. Shadow, Kage. Equal. Alright, so this is also a counter for animals. Mainly I'm going to think of it as counters for animals. Piki. Hiki. Right there. Gradually. Okay, that's the Spartans on the gradually crossing the road. Joko, right there. You'll see that in street signs as well. Tracks. All right, so that's the prosthetic foot, prosthetic leg, with the little apple on it to kind of weirdly disguise the tracks or something. Ato. Eaves. Alright, this is also like uchu, and this in the house, eaves, and then it's potatoes right there. Really, under the eaves. Grilled potatoes under the eaves. That's a u. It should be the u of uchu, right? Yeah, it is the u of uchu. Okay. Heel. Okay, so that's the yo, idio, chiyo, yo. Oh, okay, got it. Okay, unfortunately I had to look at the primitives there, but okay, so we're going to do pup tent. So there's the pup, boom, boom. Gotta do that there and do that right there. Oh, sorry, make sure. Okay, and this is yo, heel. Paint. Alright, so that's the, make sure it's about a liquid. Also about, we need to weigh the liquid. And then probably get enough so because you're going to be spilling some stuff on the dirt. Paint. Nudu. Symptoms. Alright, dealing with sickness, but to find the symptoms of something you need to identify the correct symptoms. You gotta identify the correct illness. Symptoms. Shoujo. Illness. Jojo. Show. Diagonal. Okay, so that's the, I want to say it's the rice. Feels like it's that one. Feels backwards. Should be this one. That should be diagonal. Yeah, it is the second one. Yeah. Astringent, so that's a jutai, or yeah, so it's a ju. So there's that, and kicked in the mouth. There's the footprint, and puckered the face. Okay. Jutai, Shinjuku. Okay, cool. 20 more of these. And yeah, normally when I'm reviewing, I don't talk to myself before I started doing these streams. The only reason I talk out loud is just so I'm, again, there's something going over the air instead of just seeing this little pin walking, messing around the screen. All right, discipline. So that's the discipline of the Batman, knowing that Indiana Jones and feels like it's that one. And Mystique, the shapeshifter. Not sure. Discipline. Ah, damn! I thought so. It's the Batman with the thermometer or something. Okay. All right. Wretched. Okay, so that's kind of like that's a state of being when you visit when you're visiting the Magneto in jail. You saw how wretched he looked. Wretched. Majime. Mijime. Okay, checkup. Okay, so that's a checkup. So that's the. Feels like it's. Oh yeah, it's having to do with the. I forgot the term for that. Like, I know it's a Mystique and an umbrella, but maybe she's just going on a checkup to the doctor because, maybe her blue paint is coming off in the rain. Precious. The precious. Alright, so that's the purse. You're going to keep the precious earrings and pearl earrings in a purse or something. Sure, precious. Europe. Okay, so that's there's a Wolverine in a box in there, and maybe visited, Lilo and Stitch over in Europe. And we'll go from Hawaii to Europe, I don't know, something like that. Europe. What are they looking at? Face. Okay, so that's on the, standing on top of the cliff with a young lad, right there. And the head changes into the face of Mystique. Face. Kao. Kao ga inochi ne. Too much. Alright, so again, that's like also weighing. So there's on the umbrella, you gotta make sure you don't get too many potatoes, too many little potatoes, so the overflow. Again, that's you can weigh it on a scale. Too much. And that's amari. Discontinue. Okay, so it's a Spider-Man thing. Now it's been discontinued, and what it was is the issue of him wearing the Rubik's Cube colored outfit. Discontinue. Yellow. Alright, so that's the yellow salad using yellow oil. Yellow crab legs, yellow. And that's also school bus. It also kind of looks like the back of a school bus, I guess, if you want to think about it. Okay. Yellow. Oh, I actually can see that now. Romance. So the apple of my heart. Romance, as opposed to love. Apple and then heart. And this is then as opposed to I. Koi instead of I. Koi. Then I love making a fair. Shitsuren. Last bit. Swell. Okay, so that's a part of the body. And throbbing like a drum. So let's do drum. And change the shape. Swell. Fukuramu. Sideways. This is the yoko. This is a tree. Fell over sideways, and the bus hit it, and it fell over sideways. Sideways, yoko. And that's also dan hodo. Rare, mezurashi. Okay, so it's dealing with the king's rare stuff. There's the umbrella was Mystique trying to steal it. Rare. Visit. Okay, and this also means 3 or so there's the elbow that the big dog sniffs before you're allowed to visit for 3 hours or something, or you need to Mystique to visit. That's supposed to mean the number 3. It also means perplexed, or yeah, nonplussed, perplexed. There. Bequeath. Feels like bequeath. The precious was bequeathed upon Frodo from Bilbo. So Frodo had to go on the road to throw it into Mount Doom. Bequeath. Abolish. And that's in a cave where women are on their just collide. Yeah, so that's the Spartans are about to be collide with the heavy truck, so they move off the side of the road. Boulevard collided. Or maybe they moved out, avoided the collision with the Spartans, and they collided into the signpost instead. Sure, collide. Shoal. There. And this guy again. Exclude. Okay, so that means to be excluded from the getting the Eiffel Tower because you weighed too much. Exclude. Nozoku. Jo. Nozoku. Jo. Sweet. Amai. And that's very simple. Just think of a candy basket. So 1, 2. Okay, there's a candy basket. Amai. Route. Okay, that's pretty simple. When you go on a truck route, you have to, go onto the weigh scales now and again. Okay, truck route. Tow. Okay. Getting there. Alright, cool. That's all 30. Alright, that took about 10 minutes or so. It's not too bad. Alright, so we can come this back down. Cool. Whatnot. Let's see. That's done. Alright, gonna have to take the earphones in. Okay, here we go. Docomo pen. Alrighty, watching some show on TV. It's like a guy, I guess, bicycling. Oh, older gentleman bicycling around the areas of Japan. I just think that's kind of cool. And they just follow him along with them with a camera. Makes it interesting. Different areas of Japan have a different architectural style for some of the houses. So it kind of looks like he's around the Osaka area. Okay. Alright, so let's see what we got. We got 20, 40, 60. Alright, that shouldn't be too bad. Let's just smooth out some stuff first. Let's move this here. And I should be done with today. I get the feeling that all I'm going to do is reviews and then leave it at that. Let's do 6 of these. Mansion. Mansion. Kojin. Mawasu. That's 3. 法律。
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 コップが落ちて割れた。
コップが落ちて割れた。落ちる、割れる。コップが落ちて割れた。割れる。重要。
重要。
重要。Can we pause that? Okay, cool. Again, that's sort of the ADD of sorts of how I like to do things evenly. It's not that bad. Let's see, 20, 40. Let's do 11 of these. And 3 of those. Alright, so let's just do 1 first. Let's see, so using 2. 2か。なんでここにいるの？ 2か。なんで前がここにいんの？
通過、なんでお前がここにいんのよ。
Alright, pause that. Alright, Akagami says, Konnichiwa. Nuku-san. I got back from my statistics class. Alright, good. What the? Get the feeling some more of these reviews are going to be popping up. I wonder if it's one of those things. If that's the case, then I might need to be very careful of that. 違うっつってつーのだから違うんだっつーのだから違うんだっつーの
だから違うんだつうの。
Okay, that's 70. Alright, let's do 10 of these.誰もいなかったんだ。誰もいなかったら着替えたらいいんじゃん。着替えてもいいじゃん。OK。誰もいなかったからここで着替えてもいいじゃん。
誰もいないからここで着替えてもいいじゃん。
誰もいないからここで着替えてもいいじゃん。OK。着上げるの？着上げる。着上げくれ。Something like that. 着上げくれ。着上げてくれ。やる気かだったらさっさと着上げる。着上げれ。さっさと着上げれ。OK。やる気かだったらさっさと着上げれ。
やる気かだったらさっさと来やがれ。
やる気かだったらさっさと着上げれ。あんたはいつも悪すってば。あんたらいつもいつも忘れるんだから。
あなたったらいつも忘れるんだから。
あなたったらいつも忘れるから。あいつにあげた。どうすんの？どうすんだよ。あのやつに負け上げて、じゃあどうすんだよ。
あんなやつに負けやがって。じゃ、どうすんだよ。
あのやつに負け上げて、じゃあどうすんだよ。聞く？ I meant to ask. まあいい。伺う。
伺う。
伺う。 もう食べた？昨日買ったアイスクリーム。もう食べた？昨日買ったアイス。
もう食べた？昨日買ったアイス。
もう食べた？昨日買ったアイス。じゃあ、いいと思ったな。いいんじゃん？うん、多分いいじゃん。まあ、いいじゃない？ Something like that.
まあ、いいじゃない。
まあ、いいんじゃない？そこの隣にあるんじゃん。Something like that. あそこのすぐ隣だ。
あそこのすぐ隣だ。
あそこのすぐ隣だ。違うってば、something like that. 違うっつうの。だって、something like that. だから、oh yeah. だから違うんだっつうの。
だから違うんだっつうの。
やっぱりあなたはレポートを書かなくていい。書かないとダメじゃん。ほら、やっぱりレポートを書かないとダメじゃん。
ほら、やっぱりレポートを書かないとダメじゃん。
ほら、やっぱりレポートを書かないとダメじゃん。Something like that. Alright, we'll leave that as B. Okay, let's see what else we got. Alright, so there's going to be, those reviews are going to keep building up, I'm sure, because it looks like I'm adding stuff. That's no problem. So 20, 40, it's got 63, and that'll be 40. Alright, let's do it. Let's do these three first. Kino wa saku ni yoi o shita. Eh? それでここにいなかった。昨日ちょっと大阪で用事がありました。ああ、それでいらっしゃいなかったんですか？ですね。Well, that's kind of really polite.
昨日はちょっと大阪で用事がありました。ああ、それでいらっしゃらなかったんですね。
昨日ちょっと大阪で用事しましたか？ああ、それで用事ありましたか？ありました。ああ、それでここにいらっしゃいなかったんです。Something like that. Okay. 喫煙するな。喫煙するな。タバコを吸うな。
タバコを吸うな。
タバコを吸うな。遊ばなくて勉強しなさい。遊ばないで勉強しなさい。
遊ばないで勉強しなさい。
遊ばないで勉強しなさい。僕は魚と肉が嫌いです。それでは何を食べるんですか？僕は魚も肉も嫌いです。それでは何を食べるんですか？
僕は魚も肉も嫌いです。それでは何を食べるんですか？
僕は魚も肉も嫌いです。それでは何を食べるんですか？遠いところに行くな。もう行くな。そんなところにもう行くな。Oh, such a place. そんなところにもう行くな。
そんなところにもう行くな。
そんなところにもう行くな。Ah, crud. It's alright. I was only supposed to do 3. Well, I tell you what, we'll just leave it at that. Yeah, we'll do it. Pause, save and exit. 58. So I'll do 8 and whatnot. It's all good. Okay, blame it on my ADD. Alrighty, cool. Alright, so we want to do 20, 20, then come back and do 40, 40. Start with the 40s. Okay, that's good. Let's do 20 of these. なんかお風呂が気持ちいいな。なんかね、お風呂って気持ちいいよね。
なんかね、お風呂って超気持ちいいよね。
なんかね、お風呂って超気持ちいいよね。たくいつもこんなところに暇つぶす。たくいつもこんなとこでぐずぐずすんだよ。
たく、いつまでこんなとこでぐずぐずすんだよ。
たくいつでこんなとこでぐずぐずすんだよ。明日は時間だよ。言うでもそうと思ってそう言ってあんたは多分勉強じゃなく something like that 明日は試験だぞつっても勉強はしてないだろうな
明日は試験だぞ。つっても勉強はしてないだろうな。
勉強はしてないだろうな。もうこれすぐ隣もう行くってばなんか食べるサラリーマンだからたくさん残業あるんじゃん。残業はたくさんするんじゃない？残業はたくさんするんじゃない？ OK。サラリーマンだから残業はたくさんするんじゃない？
サラリーマンだから残業はたくさんするんじゃない？
サラリーマンだから残業はたくさんするんじゃない？申し上げるたけし来る？たけしいますか？わからないじゃん。知らないじゃん。something like that。たかしくんはここにいる？知らない。
たかしくんはここにいる？知らない。
Cool。きおい行くぞほら いい大学に入るかな。はい、入るかな。いい大学に入れるかな。入れるかなかしら。
いい大学に入れるかしら。
いい大学に入れるかしら。残業。ぐずぐずすんだよ。ぐずぐずすんだよ。そんな、あんな。着替える。
着替える。
超。さっさと。Okay, cool. Alright, we'll do two more. 帰る。That's weird. 戻る。
戻る。
時間がない。
もう時間がないわ。
Pause. Okay, cool. Alright, so it was that one, right? And let's do this one. Cool. Okay, this is 8. 英語をしないでください。喋らないで。英語を使わないでください。
英語を使わないでください。
2. 午後テニスをしませんか？今日の午後、不便語、都合が悪くてでも、じゃあ明日の午後はどう？ Something like that. それでは明日の午後は今日の午後テニスをしませんか？今日の午後はちょっと都合が悪いんですが、それでは明日の午後はどうですか？
今日の午後テニスをしませんか？今日の午後はちょっと都合が悪いんですが、それでは明日の午後はどうですか？
今日の午後テニスをしませんか？今日の午後都合が悪いんですが、それじゃあ明日の午後はどうですか？ Okay, here's 3. 家へ帰るな。もう帰ってくるな。Something like that. Wow. That sounds like a bad thing to say.
もう帰ってくるな。
Okay, 4. この言葉の意味を教えてください。この言葉の意味を教えてください。
この言葉の意味を教えてください。
5th one. 昨日は風邪をひいた。それで学校を休んだ。休みました。Something like that. それで昨日here we go. 今日は風邪をひきました。それで学校を休んです。
昨日は風邪をひきました。それで学校を休んだんです。
昨日は風邪をひきました。それで学校を休んです。The sixth one. 昨日小川とピンポンをした。それで新しいラケットを買った先週。Okay. Something like that. 昨日は小川くんとピンポンの試合をしたんだ。それで先週新しいラケットを買ったんですね。
昨日は小川くんとピンポンの試合をしたんだ。それで、先週新しいラケットを買ったんですね。
昨日は小川君とピンポンの試合したんだ。それで、新しいラケットを先週買ったんだ。It's the seventh one. もう遅くから、もう夜遅いで、歯を磨いて、昼寝なさい。もう遅いから、はい、歯を磨いて、昼寝なさい。
もう遅いから歯を磨いて寝なさい。
あんないい人と結婚するな。あんな男とは結婚するな。
あんな男とは結婚するな。
あんな男とは結婚するな。OK? Usual suspects on TV. カイザー創生。覚悟は何時だ ?12 時半。Okay, come home early. 早く帰ってなさい。帰ってください。Okay. 早く家に帰ってください。来なさい。Come home early. 来なさい。来なさい。早く来なさい。早く家に帰ってきなさい。
早く家に帰ってきなさいよ。
早く帰ってきなさいよ。たくさん酒を飲むな。OK、酒をあんまり飲むな。
酒をあまり飲むな。
酒をあまり飲むな。Oh, that ain't gonna work. Let me change the channel. Sorry. He's speaking English too much. Alright, there we go. お先にちょっと用事をありますか？ちょっと用事があります。ありました。それで昨日ここにいなかった。ちょっとお先で用事がありました。それで昨日いなかったんです。それで
ちょっと大阪で用事がありました。それで昨日いなかったんです。
それで昨日いなかったんです。それではすると悔しい。夜遅くまで電話しないでください。OK。夜遅く電話しないでください。
夜遅く電話しないでください。
日本語で書いてください。 日本語で書いてください。
日本語で書いてください。
日本語で書いてください。原田。
原田。
原田。このオレンジはあんまり甘くない。このオレンジは甘くない。それではこのオレンジは甘くないです。それではこれはどうですか？
このオレンジは甘くないです。それではこれはどうですか？
もっと食べなさい。もっとたくさん食べなさい。
もっとたくさん食べなさい。
もっとたくさん食べなさい。Okay, that's good. How are we doing on there? Okay, cool. We're up to fairly even numbers. By the way, I checked the YouTube channel. So right now I'm on my YouTube channel itself. I just hit 900 subscribers, which is, I guess a milestone would be 1,000 subscribers. Like recently I had to pass 100,000 views. So I guess right now the milestone to look for is 1,000 person subscriber, and then it's already past 100,000 views. And then next milestone should, I guess, then be 2,000 subscribers and 200,000 views or something like that. Although 1,500 subscribers will be just as good as well. Whatnot. It's just then maybe 3,000 and 5,000 or whatnot, or 150,000 views, 200,000 views, 300,000 views, 500,000 views, however that's going to work. Certain milestones you find interesting or whatnot as time goes along. The way this video channel is set up, obviously, I know is that it can't get that many viewers. It just isn't going to work that way. Okay. I'll be right back. I'm just going to take a quick break. Here's a video. Let's see what we got here. What's the video right now? Okay. Let's go forward one. Continue. I'm pretty sure. Let's stop there. Alrighty, cool. So what I'll probably do is keep that on randoms and whatnot, and just instead of what I was doing, which was keeping it to Zeta Karashi, is just have it start going through just for breaks. And again, I'm not trying to do a whole copyright thing. It was just that these are videos which I know I'll be studying over the entirety of this course. I'm going to be adding that. It's not going to be every video. It's going to be, again, start with the first episode and build from there, and that's when I'll start adding videos to the randomization of the list. Anyway, that's what I'm hoping. I think what I'll remove there is one thing is these Nodame Kentibire. I wanted to cover that one as a drama. But on Inside, it's probably not the best drama to cover. It's great drama to watch. It's a lot of fun to watch. It's a very funny comedy, but maybe it's the language is, the lead character. He's a very arrogant character, so he talks in a manga format, and then same with the lady. She just acts childish. So again, she talks in that way as well. Let's just carry on. Got another hour or so to go. Okay, earphones are in. Let's do it. Let's see, vocabulary, grammar, that, and then finally, yeah, we should be able to get almost all of it done. We should be able to get all of this done in an hour or so. Steru. Not to throw away. I was thinking
投げる
okay. I looked at the to throw away. It's nageru. That's probably a nageru. All right, fair enough. Yo.
利用、
利用、埋める、埋む、埋まる、埋む、
生む。
生む、生まれた。OK, that's fine.
我が社の経営はうまくいっています。
我が社の経営はうまくいっています。我が社の経営はうまく我が社の経営はうまくと言っています。経営、投げる、to throw、
投げる、
投げる、立つ、
立つ、
立つ、the sutra is the thing. 会計、something like that. 合計、合計、合計、合計、
合計、
合計、投げる、
投げる、
投げる、経営、
経営、
経営、
レシートで買い物の金額を確かめたよ。
レシートで買い物の金額を確認したよ。something like that. レシートで買い物の金額を確かめたよ。確かめたよ。確かめる。確かめる。買い物の金額。レシートで買い物の金額を確かめたよ。レシートで買い物の金額を投げる。投げる。
投げる、
投げる。会計、金額、金額、金額、会計、合計金額、合計金額、
金額、
合計金額、持ってくる、持ってくる、持ってくる、
持ってくる、
持ってくる。Cool. Awesome. How are we doing? 30 of these. So cool. So cheetah. Should be that way. Not there close to work. That's Soko. So it's so that way. So it is that.
そちら、
Ah, damn it. Okay. Don't worry about that. 能力。能力。
能力、
能力。
その計算は間違っている。
その計算は間違っている。その計算は間違っている。もの。
もの、
教科書の36ページを開いてください。
教科書の36ページを開いてください。ページ。教科書の36ページを開いてください。
ここの家賃は12万円です。
ここの家賃は12万円です。ここの家賃は12万円です。家賃。10代。10代。10代。10代。10代。大変重要な10代。Oh, sorry.
10代、
10代。
電車が混んでいる。
電車が混んでいる。混む。電車が混んでいる。電車が混んでいる。数える。数える。数える。数える。数える。数える。数える。
数える。
数える。
私は彼に本を貸しています。
私は彼に本を貸しています。貸す。私は彼に本を貸しています。Okay, that's good. Okay, 2020, here we go. やつ。
やつ。
やつ。これにもう終わりだ。そう。これでもう終わりだぜ。
これでもう終わりだぜ。
これでもう終わりだぜ。つもり。
つもり。
つもり。日本語をもっとたくさん、もっと勉強したんだけど、もっと勉強した。ね。でも、だけど、全然わからなかった。大丈夫だよ。きっとすぐわかってるなるぞ。なぜいいならいいなぜがいい。いいならがいい。OK。日本語はたくさん勉強したけどね。けどな。まだ全然わからない。大丈夫よ。きっとわかるようになるからさ。ならいいけどな。なるからさ。なら、should be ならいい。なら、いいけどな。
日本語はたくさん勉強したけどな。まだ全然わからない。大丈夫よ。きっとわかるようになるからさ。ならいいけどな。
日本語はたくさん勉強したけどな。全然わからないよ。この内容は大丈夫よ。きっと。負ける。
負ける。
負ける。違う。
違う。
違う。今日は雨が降るかな。降るな。今日は雨が降るかな。
今日は雨が降るかな。
降るかな。いい大学に行けるかな。いい大学に行けるかな。
いい大学に行けるかな。
いい大学に行けるかな。確かに行く。今確かに行くね。行くな。いえ、なんでどうしてなんでだよな。今図書館に行くんだよな。なんだなんで
今図書館に行くんだよな。なんで
今図書館に行くんだよな。なんで全く
全く
たく Okay, one more. 光るの速さを 超えるのは無理だと思います。そう、光の速さを超えるのは不可能だと思われる。不可能だと思われる。
光の速さを超えるのは不可能だと思われる。
光の速さを変えるのは不可能だと思われる。不可能だと思われる。この教科書は多いの人に読める。この教科書は多くの人に読まれている。
この教科書は多くの人に読まれている。
混んでいる。混む。To be crowded, to be packed.
混む。
レシートはどうされますか？される。レシートはどうされますか？
レシートはどうされますか？
レシートはどう何回も言わせるな。Wait a minute. 言わせるな。言わせる。同じことを何回も言わすな。OK? 言わすな。
同じことを何回も言わすな。
同じことを何回も言わすな。あれ This is also boku. This is like masculine casual, and then boku is masculine polite, kind of.
俺
Or その部長はよく働かせる。長時間働かせる。その部長はよく長時間働かせる。
その部長はよく長時間働かせる。
その部長はよく長時間働かせる。ディズニーランド。一体。何そんなの。Cool. Done. Let's see, got 40 and 40 there. フレッド。チップ。やはりベレさんはこの方ね。この方な。ベリーさんはやはり来なかった。
ベイリーさんはやはり来ませんでしたね。
週刊。出版。前世 something like that.
前菜。
OK やはり 結婚をするつもりだ。結婚をして決めた。結婚をするのは決めた。決める。決まる。決める。決めた。僕はやはり結婚することにしました。I guess it is decided. します。決める。結婚することにしました。僕はやはり結婚する。
僕はやはり結婚することにしました。
僕はやはり結婚することにしました。ひさこ。ひさこ。
ひさこ。
ひさこ。兄さんはテニスが上手ですね。ですが、弟さんも上手です。やはり上手です。お兄さんはテニスが上手ですが、弟さんもやっぱり上手ですよ。
お兄さんはテニスが上手ですが、弟さんもやっぱり上手ですよ。
お兄さんはテニスが上手ですが、弟さんもやはり上手ですよ。アンダーソンさん。やはり日本のビールは美味しい。やはり日本のビールは美味しいですね。
やはり日本のビールは美味しいですね。
やはり日本のビールは美味しいですね。Couple more of these. 何が面白いんだい。die. Kai is open. Die is yes, no. Die is open. Die. 何が面白いんだい。何が面白いんだい。
何がおかしいんだい。
おかしいんだい。何がおかしいんだい。何がおかしいんだい。何がおかしいんだい。ゆきこはやはりまだ綺麗ですね。ゆきこさんは今でもやはり綺麗です。
ゆきこさんは今でもやはり綺麗です。
ゆきこさんは今でもやはり綺麗です。新しい仕事はどうだい。新しい仕事はどうだい。
新しい仕事はどうだい。
新しい仕事はどうだい。なんだ。Feels like it's なんだ。
なんだ。
上の。騙す。誰が行くだい。誰が行くのだい。誰が行くんだい。大きさん。大きい。今でも。弟さん。And really, words like that I can probably yeah, I should actually have suspended words like that. please.
この先で事故があって全く動かないんですよ。
この先で事故があって全く動かないですよ。この先で事故があって全く動かないですよ。この先で事故があって、OK？
新作はどうなったのだ。届いたのか。
いえ、
新作はどうなってるんですか。どうなってるんですか。届いたのか。新作はどうなってるんだ。どうなってるんだ。届いたのか。どうなってるんだ。届いたのか。
どういうことだ。誰のミスなんだ。
誰のミスだ。
石崎、お前か。
石崎、お前か。どういうことだ。誰のミスなんだ。石崎、お前か。どういうことだ。That's a good phrase. どういうことだ。
リーコが重いってどういう意味です？
リーコは重いってどういう意味です。どういう意味です。リーコが重いってどういう意味です。
え？じゃあんた誰？
俺はリーコの。
じゃあんた誰？
ミス。
Mistake。ミス。
家電。
所詮家電。実家家電製品。
新作まだ届かないんですか。
新作まだ届かないんですか。届かないのですか。
距離。
お願いが。
今日は分かった。とりあえず待つしかないな。
本当にすいませんでした。
状況は分かった。とりあえず待つしかないな。That's a good one. とりあえず待つしかないな。しかない。待つしかない。Yeah, no choice. 待つしかない。状況は分かった。とりあえず待つしかないな。
面白いわね。
あんた面白いわね。Probably just.
面白いわね。
首
大変。首。
流行る。
Yeah, that's right. 流行らない。
部長への報告止めてくれ。
部長へ報告止めてくれ。部長への報告止めてくれ。Stop it for me, please. 止めてくれ。部長への報告止めてくれ。
愛しています。
ニコは愛しています。
愛しています。
ニコは愛しています。あんた面白いわね。これいいです。
リーコちゃんの
これいいです。
リーコちゃんの
ことで大丈夫でしょうか。
いや面白いじゃないか。今回の目的は。
そんなことで大丈夫でしょうか。いや面白いね。面白いじゃないか。そんなことで大丈夫でしょうか。いや面白いじゃないか。
まあミカの頼みなら仕方ないか。
ミカの頼みなら仕方ない。 仕方ない。仕方ないか。しかない。仕方ない。仕方ない。しかない。仕方ないか。ミカの頼みなら仕方ないわか。
分だけ。
分だけ。分だけ。分だけ。
いえ、まだです。
どういう。
いえ、まだです。いえ、まだです。いえ、まだです。Okay, good. Let's do one.
鳥。
鳥。
リーコ。
ふざけるな。で
Okay, so it's 6, 120. All right, 140 left to go. Got about a half hour left. All right, let's do it. 冬。
冬。
冬。持つ。
持つ。
持つ。結局。
結局。
結局。はいはい、わかったわかった。
はいはいわかったわかった。
はいはい、わかったわかった。入る、いる。
入る。
入る。映画を見たり、本を読んだり、昼寝する。借りたりする。昼寝したりする。something like that. 映画を見たり、本を読んだり、昼寝したりする。昼寝したりする。
映画を見たり、本を読んだり、昼寝したりする。
足りたりする。OK。足りたり。見つかる。
見つかる。
見つかる。今日は暇だが、明日は忙しい。今日は暇だけど、明日は忙しい。忙しい。
今日は暇だけど、明日は忙しい。
友達は何をしてる？何をしてるの？友達は昼ご飯を食べてる。友達は何をしている？友達は何してるの？昼ご飯を食べてる。
友達は何をしてるの？昼ご飯を食べてる。
友達は何をしてるの？昼ご飯を食べてる。終わる。終わる。終わる。終わり。聞いてる？聞いていますか？聞いてない。話を聞いてますか？聞いてない。
話を聞いていますか？聞いてない。
話を聞いていますか？聞いてない。歌。切符。鉛筆。鉛筆。 話
話、
話よ予約
予約、
道をしていますか？道はわかりますか？ OK。
道はわかりますか？
道はわかりますか？駅
駅、
It's like I'm watching some old Japanese show that has like set in 150 years ago, usual standard period drama, and then but just horrible, horrible fighting choreography, lots and lots of jump cuts, and sorry. 話を聞いてますか？聞いている、聞いていない。話を聞いていますか？聞いていない。
話を聞いていますか？聞いていない。
前。Okay, cool. That's done. Keep going.
ちょうど急行電車が来た。
急行。
皿を落として割った。
落とす、割る。See, we're doing 割る。皿を落として割った。割った。
彼女はそのセミナーに申し込んだ。
彼女はそのセミナーに申し込む。彼女はそのセミナーに申し込む。
ジャズのレコードをかけました。
ジャズのレコードをかけました。ジャズのレコードをかけました。
東京までの切符を買った。
東京までの切符を買った。東京までの切符を買った。切符。しばらく。
このサービスは週末に限ります。
このサービスは週末限ります。このサービスは週末に限ります。週末に。
みんな私たちに期待しています。
みんな私たちに期待しています。
トラックを運転できますか？
トラックを運転できますか？トラック。運転できます？トラックを運転できますか？近所。Okay, cool. 近所。
今はあなたにとって大事な時期です。
今はあなたにとって大事な時期です。時期。今はあなたにとって大事な時期です。
入場券は3000円です。
入場券は3000円です。入場券3000円です。入場券。 安っぽい。安っぽい。安っぽい。
安っぽい。
安っぽい。
次の交差点を左に曲がってください。
次の交差点の左に曲がってください。次の交差点の次の交差点の左に曲がってください。似合ってる。似合う。似合ってる。feels like it's that one. 似合っている。似合う。似合ってる。似ている。OK.
似ている。
似ている。Okay, 似合う is actually to look good. 似ている。Okay. Fair enough, that's a fair miss.
似ている。
似ている。似ている。似合う is means to look good. Yeah, so 似合っている means it looks cool. 似ている。
その本は貸し出し中です。
この本は貸し出し中です。貸し出す。その本は貸し出し中です。
その本はすぐ売り切れた。
その本はすぐ売り切れた。売り切れる。売り切れた。その本はすぐ売り切れた。似ている。似ている。
似ている。
似ている。押し込む。押し込む。押し込む。Wait a minute. 押し入れ。押し入れ。押し入れ。押し入れ。
押し入れ。
I was thinking Moshikomu for application. Okay. 社長。Hello. 社長。
急な坂道を登った。
急な先道を登った。似ている。
似ている。
Alright, cool. That's not too bad. Alright, how are we doing? Got about 20 minutes left in the stream. You can see right now, yeah, all the reviews are finally, like if you've been watching the last few days, you know, it's like the reviews kind of built up, which is, you know, it happens now and again, you know, they might be like, you know, the timing just works where you got a lot of them happening at once. That's fine. Just slowly get through them, you know, and I kind of like to evenly do it so that in the future they'll also be evenly spread out as well, and it won't. Let's see, we got 80, 100 more left. Alright, let's keep going. That's going to be fun right there. A lot of this is vocabulary though, I'm sure. Sensei wa聞かせてあげる。先生がたくさん聞かせて、質問を聞かせて、質問をたくさん聞かせてあげた。聞かせた。くれた。先生が質問をたくさん聞かせてくれた。
先生が質問をたくさん聞かせてくれた。
先生が質問をたくさん聞 聞かせてくれた。聞かせる。聞かせてくれた。トイレに行ってもいい？何？ん？何are you talking about? I don't know what that's about. Oh, it's from a different. Okay, that's why it was a different discussion thing. That's like a language Discord channel. Okay. トイレに行ってもいいですか？
トイレに行ってもいいですか？
トイレに行ってもいいですか？外国人に質問を聞かれた。質問を聞かれた。答えなかった。was asked. 外国人に質問を聞かれたが答えられなかった。was not able to answer. 外国人に質問を聞かれたが答えられなかった。
外国人に質問を聞かれたが答えられなかった。
外国人に質問を聞かれたが答えられなかった。食べせて、全部食べせて。全部食べさせた。全部食べさせた。食べさせた。仕事を休ませてくれる。休ませてくれる。宿題を休ませてください。OK ください。今日は仕事を休ませてください。全部食べさせてあげた。くれた。全部食べさせてくれた。飲まさせられた。日本にはお酒を飲まさせられたことが多い。日本ではお酒を飲まさせsystem right here. 飲まされることが多い。飲まされることが多い。
日本ではお酒を飲まされることが多い。
日本ではお酒を飲ませることが多い。僕はみんなに変だと言われます。みんなに変だと言われます。言われた。 トイレに行かせてくれますか？ OK。トイレに行かせてくれますか？
トイレに行かせてくれますか？
トイレに行かせてくれますか？朝ごはんを食べなかったけど、食べなかったのに、食べさせられた。朝ごはんは食べたくなかったのに食べさせられた。
朝ごはんは食べたくなかったのに食べさせられた。
朝ごはんは食べたくなかったのに食べたくなかったのに食べさせられた。先生、OK。学生は先生に宿題をたくさんさせた。先生が学生に、先生が学生に宿題をたくさんさせた。
先生が学生に宿題をたくさんさせた。
先生が学生に、OK。僕は両親に毎日宿題をさせられる。親に毎日宿題をさせられる。
親に毎日宿題をさせられる。
親は毎日宿題をさせられる。親に、両親に。明日の会議はどうさ、行かせますか？行かせますか？行かせる？行かれる？行かれますか？行かれますか？行かられる？行かれますか？行かれるんですか？明日の会議に行かれるんですか？
明日の会議に行かれるんですか？
明日の会議に行かれるんですか？あいつに2時間も待たさせられた。あいつに2時間も待たせられた。させられる。
あいつに2時間も待たせられた。
待たせられた。すられる。させる。される。させる。される。させられる。ささる。I don't like that abbreviation. させられる。させられた。飲まされる。飲まさせられた。飲ませられること。日本ではお酒を飲ませられることが多い。飲ませられることが多い。飲ませられることが多い。日本ではお酒を
飲ませられることが多い。
立たされる。学生が立たされた。学生が廊下に立たされた。
学生が廊下に立たされた。
ポリジは誰かに食べられた。 食べた。食べれた。食べられた。should be 食べられた。誰かに。ポレジュが誰かに食べられた。ポレジが誰かに食べられた。
ポリッジが誰かに食べられた。
食べられた。お腹すいたから、何か食べにくれ。食べさせくれ。させられてくれ。食べさせくれ。食べさせてくれ。something 何か食べさせてくれ。お腹空いてるんだからなんか食べさせてくれよ。食べさせてくれよ。OK。
お腹空いているんだからなんか食べさせてくれよ。
お腹空いているんだからなんか食べさせてくれよ。OK。このパッケージにはあらゆるものが含まれた。含まれている。OK。このパッケージにはあらゆるものが含まれている。OK。
このパッケージにはあらゆるものが含まれている。
このパッケージにはあらゆるものが含まれている。いつに2時間も待たされた。あいつに2時間も待たされた。
あいつに2時間も待たされた。
Okay, cool. You kind of noticing is that the and again it's just the nature of the beast is the reviews of grammar should take longer anyway because you're trying to have to think about it and whatnot. But then it gets faster. All right, like these first. Hopefully these two steps go a little bit faster. I've got about 6 minutes left. We'll see how much I can do. 文法。バッハ。特有。する。週。ベートーベン。はい。木口。ラリー。エンジニア。Okay, good. Tanto, something like that. Banto? Okay, banto. あげる。作れる。I don't like that one. It's obviously that.
くれる。
But, 豆腐。Wait. Soya bean. That's different. That's not tofu. That's 大豆。ロビン。加藤。し。中国。ジョンソン。 京都京都
京都
京都山の上山の上 and sometimes the no is deleted so 山の上
山の上
Okay, cool. That's done. And usually what happened with that first lesson, what happened when I'm doing the reviews is that I added the vocabulary later as an idea that it's like, okay, wow, that makes the course a lot better anyway, having the vocabulary there per lesson. 日本人は自分の国の自分の文化をユニークと思います。日本人は自分の国の文化をユニークだと思っている。
日本人は自分の国の文化をユニークだと思っている。
日本人は自分の国の文化をユニークだと思っている。私は自分の自分を知ることが一番難しい。自分を知ることが一番難しい。自分を知ることが一番難しい。山崎出る出かけるや
出かける
小林は自分で小林さんは自分でしたいと言った小林は自分からしたいと言った。
小林は自分からしたいと言った。
おめでとう or yeah
おめでとう。
ここからカズオは自分のwhat is it? 何せ励ますカズオは自分を励ました。励ます。山田さん、太郎さん、山田さん、太郎、山田さん、something like that. 山田くん、太郎くん、山田太郎くん。
山田くん、太郎くん、山田太郎くん。
何でも。なんとか something なんでも。先生は自分の家に会ってくれた。会ってくれた。something like that 会ってくださった。会って先生はご自分の家で私に会ってくださって。That's a very polite way of saying
先生はご自分の家で私に会ってくださった。
惹かれる。It's one way. So it'sつまる。Okay. Fair enough. もしもし、チロ君いますか？
もしもし、一郎くんいますか？
もしもし、一郎君いますか？マーク。Okay. みちこは和江にNo. 和夫はみちこに OK みちこは和夫に自分の国に行かせた。something like that みちこは一応和夫 OK みちこは和夫に自分の車で行かせた。自分の車で
みちこは和夫に自分の車で行かせた。
自分の車で行かせた。知らない。つまる。冬子。つまる。励ます。つまる。テリー。遊んでる。遊べる。ジャン。Okay, cool. Let's do one more. I feel like I should call it quits there. Killed. 兄弟。東大か。東京。兄弟。兄弟。Okay, cool. Alrighty. There's 40 more left, but again, I'm just going to leave that until tomorrow because I'm already at the 4-hour mark anyway. Yeah, I guess I could finish it. Wouldn't take too long. Alright, let me just look. Frag it. Let's see what we got. Got 20 there and 20 there. Alright, let's just do it.このアパートは静かな台このアパートは静かな台このアパートは静か
このアパートは静かかい。
おかしい。この本は難しいかい。この本は難しいのかい。OK。その本は難しいのかい。台。そう、台 and then かい。あの人は、誰だいあの人は誰だい好きなだけ上野さんはアメリカへ行くのかい上野さんはアメリカへ行くのかい上野さんはアメリカへ行くのかい should be doing like more masculine 行くのかい明日のパーティー私も明日のパーティーに行くわ私も明日のパーティーに行くわあの人は誰かしらあの人は誰かしら松本さんは来るかもかしら松本さんは来るかしらあの人は先生かいあの人は先生なのかい
あの人は先生なのかい？
あの人は先生なのかい？大かい。この部屋は小さいわ。この部屋は小さいわ。
この部屋は小さいわ。
この部屋は小さいわ。日本語は面白いのかい？日本語は面白いかい？
日本語は面白いかい？
面白いかい？佐藤先生は誰だい？佐藤先生は誰だい？OK。どんな人は佐藤先生なんだい？
どの人は佐藤先生なんだい？
どんなところは静かなだい？どこが静かだい？
どこが静かだい？
久子はもう学生だわ。久子はまだ学生ですわ。
久子はまだ学生ですわ。
学生のは学生ですわ。maybe。大きさんはもう帰るわ。もう帰ったわ。もう帰れ。大きさんはもう帰りましたわ。
大木さんはもう帰りましたわ。
あの先生の授業は面白いかしら？あの先生の授業は面白いかしら？
あの先生の授業は面白いかしら？
学生かい？あんたは学生かい？学生なのかい？君たちは学生かい？
君たちは学生かい？
学生かい？日本語を勉強するかい？するのかい？ something like that。するかい？日本語を勉強するかい？
日本語を勉強するかい？
日本語を勉強するかい？幸子は何を好きかな？かしら？幸子は何が好きかしら？
幸子さんは何が好きかしら？
Okay, that's good. Finally, last bit. Almost 400 events. Jeez. 85%, 80%. Oh boy. Last bit. I think it's the end part of near the end of the.
お願いします。
お願いします。We're gonna.
お願いします。
女、迂回車は間に合わないんですか？
返しても間に合わないんです。そんな迂回しても間に合わないです。そんな迂回しても間に合わないです。
本当にすいませんでした。
すいませんでした。
本当にすいませんでした。
迂回。
参ったよ。お前の友達マジでうざいな。
参ったよ。お前の友達マジでうざいな。参ったよ。参ったな。マスカ。 No, no. 前だよ。お前の友達、マジでうざいな。
なんとかしなきゃ。
なんとかしなきゃ。Have to do something. なんとかしなきゃ。
石関さんが助かるならいいよね。
石関さんが助かるならいいのね。石関さんが助かるならいいよね。助かるならいいよね。石関さんが助かるならいいよね。
リーコ。
ふざけるな。ふざけるな。ふざけるな。That's a good word. ふざけるな。ふざけるな。
乗せたトラック待ってるんです。
そういうことじゃねえよ。
ケーキ乗せたトラック待ってるんです。そういうことじゃねえよ。ケーキ乗せたトラック待ってるんです。そういうことじゃねえよ。なんで石崎さん配ったの？
ソフィーの分だけでも用意できればなんとかなると思うんですが。
ソフィーの分だけでも用意できればなんとかなると思うんですか？なんとかなると思うんですか？
頑張ろうね。
頑張ろうね。
はい。
頑張ろうね。That's probably a good way. 頑張ろうね。
参ったな。
まさか返品されるとはな。
参ったな。
とりあえず
まさか返品されるとはな。参ったな。Unbelievable. 参ったな。まさか返品されるとはな。
手編み
のセーターだね。手編み。
まあそんな重い女嫌かもしれない。
そんな重い女。
ルート覚悟
首を覚悟して。
でも取材陣の試食までにソフィーの分だけで。
取材陣の試食までにソフィーの分だけ分。Okay, so this is the でも取材陣取材陣の試食まで取材陣の試食まで取材陣の試食までソフィーの分だけでも付近問い合わせ付近。Okay, cool. Awesome. Alright, that's it. Alright, so I took a little about 15 minutes over what I planned on. So it was about a 2 hours, 15 minutes of a review. Or actually about 2 hours because I started after the 2 hour mark. Whatnot. It's all good. Okay, so if you've been following up to this point, all the reviews are done for today. So all caught up. So tomorrow, assuming if I'm not drowned in reviews, I should start and be able to get at least lesson, let's say, take Kim's lesson 42, or actually lesson 2 of his special expressions, go into that, and then maybe the next day I can then get into whatnot. But anyway, so again, it's just slowly but surely, keep going, boom, 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 keep going, little by little, every day, boom, 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 boom. All right? And plus if you're following this or following along the methods I'm doing, you don't have to do all the weird shit I'm doing, which is, creating memorize courses or creating spreadsheets or doing weird postings on Reddit or answering questions like that or whatnot. Well, you should be worried about just learning. So like you doing 2 hours a day, probably getting a lot more done than my dumb ass doing 2 hours a day. So that's good. You know, and just keep going. You know, if you want some motivation, look at what this guy said, like 5 months of study, you know. For me, I'm thinking 2 hours a day. But if somebody was like studying like 6 hours to a whatnot a day, that's a big difference. It's all good. It's not just about months, but it's like days that are put into that month or whatnot. So anyway, thank you again for watching. I think I'll end the thing there. Let me just go around the horn, see what else is there before I call it a day. Say here, that. Okay, so let's see. What do we got? Korean videos not working. Current world leaders. That's kind of an interesting thing to have. Let's see what we got. I need to practice on Japanese. No one here is trying to. Well, dude, you can practice Japanese anywhere. You don't need to just be on this. Oh, anyway, I understand what he's talking about. You know, again, sometimes you hear, but pretty much if you go to Discord, unless you've got someone who is trying to guide the conversation, make sure that it is staying on the idea about Japanese. You can go anywhere, and it doesn't look like anyone's talking. I think if I wanted to, I can like go onto the voice channel and alright, so I'll be in here real quick. Let's see what else is happening. Let's see, etymology of Mizura? Mizu kara. Nikizuite, Miyote. Do I read Genki fast, or do I need to really understand a chapter before going to another? What do I need to be at before I can understand chapters of books for China? Yeah, I think right there again, you know, to start getting into the N3 level, there's still going to be stuff beyond it, but that's going to be the same. Let's see. Katekita. I came to buy something, I would think. I could be wrong. Katekita. Katekita. Katekuru. Well, katekuru is a different one. Like I went out to buy something, came back. So I went out and came back. I would think katekuru means I'm leaving out to going, like katekimasu, itekimasu. So katekimasu. I'm going out to buy something and came back. That's probably what I would interpret it as. I could be wrong. There's some other answers, so there's that. Okay, let's see what this has to go. Let's see, nothing hunted on. Furigana EPUB. Okay. Somebody was looking up that, and we were kind of having a joke at his expense, but whatnot. Some people, I don't think you need, if you're getting a tattoo and you have to ask what is a good tattoo, don't get a tattoo of a kanji. If you got to ask what is a good kanji for a tattoo, just don't. Okay? If you don't know what you want, don't get it. Don't ask somebody else for their opinions on it, because they're either going to fuck with you or whatever. Just don't do it. Okay, tattoo. You should already know what the tattoo you want to get if you're going to, because that's going to be permanently on your body. If anything else, get permanent marker. Put it on your body. Spray it with hairspray or something, just so it stays on there a while. And just if you like the way it looks, and if you don't have people who know Japanese or Chinese or like laughing at you because of that, then you might be good to go. Probably how you want to do it. Let's see. Anything else new here? I'm not 100% the last sentence. Concept master 2. I get the overall meaning, but I'm a little confused on the details. That's above my level, so maybe let's see. Yep, those are definitely above my levels. Tekito ni satsu no zashi o sukuru renshu wa tatoete henshu wa tatoete ieba instant 職員のうまく作って食と振りするより字みたいなものだ. Okay, so it looks like talking about let's see. Alright, since this is done for the day, I can delete that. And that's good. What do you guys think is the best way to study? Currently I have a teacher who comes to my office once a week for an hour and a half. I use the Japanese for Busy People book. That's a bad idea personally, but I have a few other books. I use Memorize, Hello, Talk, Another. I also live in Tokyo. That's good. Problem is, when I sit down with my book and my dictionary and my notebook, I feel overwhelmed. Like, should I start from the beginning of my book to reinforce old lessons, cover the lessons I just learned? I just learned from my teacher. My grammar needs work as well. Do you guys have a plan model you follow? And I'm trying to do an hour a day or so. That's good. He's doing an hour a day. Should I break it up? All right, so I'll probably talk to him about that.
Hello?
Hi, I'm just finishing up my stream, so I'm just, I'll be talking soon.
Oh, okay.
You can talk though. I mean, like I said, but I'm streaming out live on YouTube, so.
Oh, okay.
Alrighty, so let's see what the messages are. So, looks like this. Awesome, definitely easier way to keep track of your level of personal reason than just JLPT. Okay, there's that. So, I guess there was a lot of people did not realize about this test. Okay, so that's good. So I'm hearing positive, so that's good. Let's see how we're doing here. Oh, geez. Okay, he's getting pretty decent upvotes, so that's good. Okay, good. So that was positively accepted. I'm not hearing any negatives. There was a discussion about the JCAT over on the Kohi forums. Most of it's been positive, usually about people were posting their scores and whatnot. And again, this gentleman here posted his score. I do recommend, let's see, maybe not include that watermark, because there are some information that, yeah, okay, he already did that. So yeah, he just took that around the same time I did. In fact, yeah, he did take it about a day before I did. I scored higher on the reading. We both equal about on the listening and vocabulary. It's the grammar which I scored lower on. He's been doing it for 5 months. I've been doing it for like 3 years, 8 years ago, and then since May of last year, and along with my stuff. So he's definitely learning at a much faster rate than I am. Now I don't know is like what his study time is like. I think this test a couple weeks ago after about 5 months study. Reply. I'm saying, if I may ask, how on average, how many hours a day do you study? Also, what are you using to study? And roughly, how much vocabulary / kanji do you know? Comma, question mark. Okay, because that's interesting. That's a very good, I think that's a pretty good score for just 5 months of work. I think anyone would be, I mean, for me, if I were saying like I was studying 10 years ago, the most I've got was like 180, or was it 172, or it's something like that. Anyway, if that was what I got, then yeah, that's a laughable score type thing if it's that long. I think though, again, I'm not doing it compared against anybody else. I gotta work on the idea that I am what I am, and you know, and just start to see like, okay, once I get past this whole basic portion into the intermediate, you know, in 6 months' time, what is it going to be like, and then in a year's time, what should it be like? Hopefully, in a year's time, I'm past the JLPT, the equivalent of the N2 level for JLPT, the equivalent thereof, and whatnot. Because again, I'm going to be less worried about putting stuff together, more just about learning it. I'm going to get more and more away from what I have been doing. All right, let's see what we got here. Got a couple people. All right, so anyway, that's it. Thank you all for watching. If you just tuned in, I apologize. If you've enjoyed the video, consider giving the video a thumbs up and whatnot, same as before. If you haven't already, consider subscribing. You know, again, new material every day. We'll be back tomorrow. And we'll be doing like at least lesson 2. I don't know what these lessons are, but again, we're in the essential section of Tae Kim's grammar. So doing the videos on either lesson 1, 2, 2 or 3 lessons tomorrow. Time depending and whatnot, and then after that I'll hopefully get into where I'm actually learning my own material, you know, and going beyond that, so that would be good as well. Let's see what we got here. Yeah. Alright, so thank you all for watching, and again, be back tomorrow. Now, I do know tomorrow, since my wife, she had been going to like a class on Saturdays, so it gave me enough time during the, you know, so I'm not bothering her, and she's not bothering me like during the actual thing, but I'll just tell her and see if it might just be a 3-hour stream instead of a 4-hour stream. It just depends on how things go. Like today it went 4.5 hours. It is what it is. But anyway, thank you all for watching, and I will see you tomorrow. Stop.